International cooperation has never been more urgent.
Live from the Willard Intercontinental in Washington, D.C., and virtually from around the world. A warm welcome to the viewers who are joining us via live stream on our websites, www.caf.com and www.thedialogue.com, and also through your YouTube channels. I would also like to welcome our viewers joining us through the websites of our media partners, NTN24 and El País. Before we begin, please be sure to participate in this conversation using our hashtag DialogoCAF2021. During the next 2 days, we'll have the opportunity to hear about the global leaders about the most pressing issues that our hemisphere faces today. Experts will talk about the lost year for education of children in the Americas, the uneven economic recovery of the region, the challenges to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by the year 2030, the threats to democracy, social protest, political instability, and finally, how to address climate change by implementing a green economic recovery. To start off our 2 afternoons of engaging and lively discussions, I have the great pleasure to introduce the 3 speakers that will be offering welcome remarks. Michael Shifter is president of the Inter-American Dialogue and an adjunct professor of Latin American politics at Georgetown University. He previously directed the Latin American and Caribbean program at the National Endowment for Democracy and the Ford Foundation's Governance and Human Rights program. Since 1994, Michael Shifter has played a key role in developing the Dialogue's agenda, commissioning policy-relevant articles and reports. Sergio Díaz-Granados is the executive president of CAF Development Bank of Latin America. He has an extensive career in both private and public service, nationally and internationally, with a special emphasis on regional development and integration issues. Previously, he served as executive director for Colombia at the Inter-American Development Bank, Minister of Commerce, Industry, and Tourism of Colombia, Vice Minister of Business Development, and President of the Board of Bancoldex and ProColombia. He has also been a congressman and the chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee of the House of Representatives. Luis Almagro is the Secretary General of the Organization of American States. Previously, he was Uruguay's Minister of Foreign Affairs and Ambassador to China after occupying senior diplomatic posts in the country's foreign ministry and at its embassies in Germany and Iran. He is a lawyer by profession. But first, please welcome Michael Shifter.
Thank you very much, Muni, and good afternoon. Buenas tardes, boa tarde. It's an enormous pleasure to welcome everyone to the Annual CAF Conference. For the first time, as Muni said, in hybrid form. I'm personally very excited about this conference. It celebrates 25 years of fruitful collaboration between CAF, Development Bank of Latin America, the Organization of American States, and the Inter-American Dialogue. I want to extend heartfelt congratulations to CAF's new president, my friend Sergio Díaz-Granados, and thank him for his partnership with the Dialogue on this conference and other initiatives on the region's development agenda. I wish you well, Sergio, as you take on this fundamental leadership role at a critical moment for the Americas. I am also grateful to Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the OAS, for his support and participation in this cooperative effort. For me personally, frankly, the conference is bittersweet. It marks my last CAF conference as the Dialogue's president. I have participated in all of them. I have enjoyed them thoroughly and have learned so much from such extraordinary speakers and stimulating exchanges. For the Dialogue, they have performed a valuable agenda-setting function. Among the many rewards of my job has been involvement in shaping and participating in these annual conferences. I will miss that role, but look forward to continuing to benefit from rich discussions. It has been gratifying to witness the evolution and expansion of this conference over the past quarter century. What began as a relatively small number of participants focused on trade and investment in the Andean region has become a conference that draws several thousand participants and that features a wide-ranging and innovative program of global scope, including political and social themes. Over time, the quality and particularly the diversity of the speakers have only improved, and I hope that trend continues in coming years. No one understands the changes over the last 25 years in this conference and in the region better than former CAF president, the dialogue's co-chair and co-conspirator, Enrique Garcia. I want to thank him for coming to Washington and agreeing to deliver special anniversary remarks. I'm grateful that Laura Chinchilla, the former president of Costa Rica and the dialogue's co-chair, has agreed to share her perspective on the region today and interview our keynoter, Juan Gonzalez, President Biden's chief advisor on Western Hemisphere affairs. I am also very excited that 4 Latin American leaders, Presidents Fernandez, Duque, Lasso, and Cortizo, agreed to participate in a session moderated by Tom Shannon, former Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs and the dialogue's co-chair. Other panels will examine the impact of the pandemic on the education sector in Latin America and the Caribbean, the prospects for an economic recovery, progress towards achieving social development goals, political trends and challenges to democracy, and how climate change will shape the future in the Western Hemisphere. A major theme in all 25 CAF conferences has been integration and cooperation. It's a priority concern for CAF, the OAS, and the dialogue. With the pandemic, the region faced its greatest test, and the result has been disappointing. To be sure, Latin America is not alone. In other parts of the world as well, effective coordination has been lacking. But hopefully the health crisis will spur governments, businesses, and civil society actors to find ways to work together more effectively and invest in health and education systems that have been shown to be deficient. Greater integration in trade and energy, hemispheric approaches to migration and climate change, and more cooperative responses to democratic backsliding in the Americas are essential for sustained progress. The commitment to hemispheric cooperation has underpinned all of the dialogue's work since its founding 4 decades ago. Finally, the success of the annual CAF conferences has depended on the cooperation among the sponsoring organizations. I want to thank CAF's wonderful staff, including Andrés Trujeles, Patricio Scaff, and Angel Cardenas, and express my heartfelt gratitude to the dialogue's truly remarkable CAF team, who have worked tirelessly under difficult circumstances. I greatly appreciate the invaluable efforts of Kate Lancet, Luisa Stolman, Vero Machi, and Gaston Ocampo, and special recognition and a huge debt to Elizabeth Belair and Denise Yanovich for their superb direction and coordination. So a salute to this impressive milestone, 25 years of CAF conferences and a productive collaboration. I hope this rich tradition continues for at least another quarter of a century. Thank you very much.
Great honor for me to participate in the opening of an event that over the past 24 years has left an imprint on the region in general and on Washington, D.C. in particular. The author of this visionary proposal was Enrique Garcia as president of CAF. Many thanks to Enrique back in 1997 with the support of Peter Hakim in the Inter-American Dialogue and Michael Shifter, and of course the OAS, the Secretary General at that moment, Cesar Gaviria. Enrique deserves our recognition and gratitude for his leadership and hard work at CAF and his valuable contributions. There is no doubt that this conference has become the forum for excellence for those who, in the capital of the United States, want to know about what is happening in the region, in Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, I want to highlight the importance of the inter-American relations and the need to strengthen our collaboration around pivotal issues such as trade and investment. It was the first issue that Enrique brought to the discussion in Washington, but also others: climate change, migration, poverty and equality, education, gender parity, and many others. As we gather for this 25th CAF conference, we find ourselves at an historic inflection point due to COVID-19. The weaknesses of our societies and systems have been laid bare through the past 19 months. The scourge of inequality has held back in the Americas for too long has deepened. The precarious nature of our social safety nets have been exposed. It is incumbent of all of us to construct a new normal that delivers opportunity at all levels of society. We should be capable of driving the green transformation upon which the health of our planet depends. We ought to create more economic mobility and economic opportunity for all, as well as more accountability. I have just completed a month and a half in my new position, and each time I am reassured of the great potential of CAF, especially in this critical period. It is a challenge to meet the needs of our shareholders, countries, but at the same time, it is a unique opportunity to bring financial aid and assistance to the inhabitants of the region. We owe ourselves to them, and we will not fall short of the expectations, since our commitment is to be increasingly efficient in the search for the well-being of our peoples. We have the resources and the human capital to achieve this. At CAF, we have set ourselves the goal of increasing our activity in pursuit of economic reactivation and improving the social indicators. It is essential to achieve rapid and constant growth to create a more inclusive society. We have been one of the main agents in the Latin America reactivation, and of course in the pandemic and also in the post-pandemic world. Once again, that reaffirms the fact that we are the development bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. We will get even closer to the private sector to channel investment and initiatives that generate new job opportunities and advancement. We hope to become leaders on market-based solutions and in attracting and forming capital in the region. None of the above can be accomplished if we do not achieve a balance on sustainable development. A priority and incontrovertible issue, such as global warming, is a threat that requires an immediate call to action. In this sense, we hope to turn CAF into the green bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Our goal is to move from 24% of our green financing in 2021 to 40% in 2026. And by 2030, we should be at 50% of our portfolio in green finance. That is a big challenge for us. In a world where sustainability must define the next chapter of human history, our region has unparalleled advantage. We are the most biodiverse region in the world with the highest reserve of fresh water. Our region is already home to the cleanest energy matrix in the planet and has an abundance of the rare earth minerals which are critical to the green transformation. I'm certain that today global scenario demands a stronger and active voice of Latin America in critical issues related to our development agenda. As a region, the risk of not playing that role is falling into irrelevance. For this reason, in September 2022, we will organize for the first time a major gathering at UN General Assembly to commemorate our 10 years membership as a UN observer, another initiative from Enrique to become CAF as an observer of the United Nations. We want to launch a high-level dialogue in New York next year with the president and minister, with the private sector, with investment, promoting the development in our region. Dear friends, I would like to conclude these introductory remarks highlighting the importance of building a modern, nimble, responsive, accountable institution focused on driving positive impact at scale on the main challenge of our society. This is precisely what I'm committed to doing in the next or coming 5 years at CAF. Now, last but not least, I wish to make a very special recognition to whom has been the engine and manager of this activity, our much loved and appreciated Michael Shifter. Michael has decided, to our regret, to leave the presidency of the dialogue, giving way to a new administration. Words are not enough for us to express to Michael all you have meant for CAF on an institutional and personal level. Gracias, Michael, por todo el apoyo. Muchas gracias.
Mr. President of the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF, Sergio Díaz-Granado, Mr. President of the Inter-American Dialogue, Michael Shifter, as well as all the panelists and attendees in person and virtually. It is gratifying for me to participate in the opening of this event that has been carried out with great success for the last 25 years. We at the OES are very proud to be part of this alliance in which our three institutions come together to promote and understand the main issues that affect the Americas. This year, this meeting marks several important milestones. Not only is the 25th anniversary of the meeting, which is why we congratulate Enrique Garcia for his initiative, together with Peter Hakim, at the time President of Inter-American Dialogue, and the then Secretary General of the OES, Cesar Gaviria. We also welcome the new President of CAF, Sergio Díaz-Granado. Sergio, we wish you great success in your new role at a time when our region needs the financial support of an institution as serious and solid as CAF more than ever. We are convinced your work plan and your vision for the future of the institution will bring stability and a steady hand at the head of the bank. You know that you have our full support, and we hope to continue developing joint projects for the benefit of Latin America and the Caribbean. On the other hand, this will be the last year in which Michael Shifter is present at this event as President of the Inter-American Dialogue. Michael, we have our congratulations and permanent thanks for your work as President of the Dialogue, also for your role as the driver of the annual success of this event, for your partnership, for your friendship. With respect to the OES, I want to tell you that a little more than a month ago, we commemorated 20 years since the signing of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. The Charter, which I see as a constitution of the Americas, has played an important role in the preservation and defense, promoting democracy in the region. A couple of weeks ago, thanks to the invitation of the Inter-American Dialogue, I participated in a panel on this topic. I had the opportunity to express my conviction that current setbacks in terms of democracy in the region cannot be attributed to the Charter. On the contrary, we must strengthen the application of the Charter. Today, the COVID-19 pandemic has left us with surging levels of poverty and inequality that we must overcome as soon as possible. This is where multilateral organizations, as in the case of CAF and OES, among others, are contributing our knowledge, experience, and resources to help in this urgent task. Inequality is the cause and the consequence of several problems that affect our countries these days, and that will be addressed in this event. The uneven recovery post-COVID-19 is related to the previous inequality between countries and within countries. The vulnerable will emerge from the pandemic even more vulnerable, and those with more capabilities have more resources to recover faster. Inequalities within countries fuels political polarization while resulting in the failures of political and economic institutions. Inequality between countries will not allow us to face the challenges of climate change or achieve sustainable development goals in an equitable manner. Education, security. The international community needs to rise to the challenge of inequality, of the gap between the vulnerable and those with more capacities, and of the vicious circles between countries and within the countries that reproduce and increase these gaps and consequently inequalities. On the other hand, given the difficulties in holding face-to-face meetings in 2021, The United States will hold the 19th Summit of the Americas next year, 28 years after the first summit was held in this country in 1994. It will be a very important moment for the region, as the OES will be there not only as our capacity as technical secretariat, but also as a contributor of ideas and proposals to achieve improvement in the region. To conclude, once again, I want to thank Sergio and Michael, as well as their teams, for their excellent work in continuing to carry out this event in the midst of the difficulties of virtuality. I can assure you that the next year, we hope to have you again, as usual, at the cocktail offered in the Patio Azteca of our House of the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you, President Diaz Granados, Secretary General Almagro, and Michael Shifter for these inspiring words to launch our event. Today, we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Annual CAF Conference. Established in 1996, the Annual CAF Conference has brought together more than 1,000 world leaders to debate and discuss the most pressing developments in the Americas. The event has grown to become the primary forum for policymakers and analysts, journalists, governments, and international organizations, entrepreneurs, investors, and civil society representatives to review the progress in the Western Hemisphere and address pending challenges. To mark the historic 25th anniversary of the CAF Conference, I would like to introduce Enrique Garcia, the former president of CAF, Development Bank of Latin America, and co-vice chair of the Inter-American Dialogue.
Thank you very much. My first words to thank Sergio, Michael, and Secretary Almagro Luis for the kind words and for inviting me in this opportunity. Indeed, this is a very exciting adventure, and I say adventure. We started as president of CAF in 1991. One of my objectives beyond the Andean countries to other countries in the region, and furthermore, to try to connect the region with the world. It was a dream, indeed. And one day, I was, Luis, in the OAS with a good person there, Miguel Rodriguez Mendoza, he said, why don't you we go to the Inter-American Dialogue and ask, at that time, Peter Hakim, that we can have a conference. Well, I said, well, you know, we don't have a relationship here in the U.S. and, you know, stuff. I went there, and Peter Hakim, who knew me from my past experience at the Inter-American Development Bank, and of course, as a minister in my country in Bolivia, and he was hesitant, but he said, okay, we'll do it. And we did it. And we did it. It was a small one, as Michael mentioned it. It was a small meeting. We expected to have 30 to 40 people. Well, I said, like politicians do in their countries, maybe I have to hire a bus to bring some people to fill the room. But fortunately enough, we had 80 people. And the focus, as Michael explained, was centrally on the Andean countries. But I started with the first meeting 25 years ago. The event grew and grew and grew. And of course, as it was mentioned by all the speakers before, it has become a very successful event that not only deals with hemispheric elements, but to try to put a scenario for Latin America and the region to connect with the world. And I'm very proud to see what has happened. And it's interesting, we started in a period, it was after the terrible lost decade of the 80s, and we started to look at the world in a different way. And there was the Washington Consensus, then it started the negotiation for trade, and then the Summit of the Americas, with the intention of having the FTAA, and well, good times and bad times, and this conference was always present. And one thing I want to remark, which is very important, we had represented in the conferences, as we do now, people authorities from different countries, and not only that, respecting diversity. Because I'll tell a small detail. Even during the period that we're advancing in President Obama's time with Cuba, we had Cubans from Cuba in one of the sessions. And we have dealt with very critical issues like Venezuela. We are dealing with all those elements with very open mind. But now things have changed. The world has changed substantially. We have the pandemic, we have the fourth industrial revolution, we have the expansion of diversity, inequity in the world, we have weaknesses in democracy, and of course, these are new challenges for the future. And the future implies, and this is something for the future of this great conference, to look at the new agenda. A renewed agenda that will be updated to the realities of this new era. The back story is very interesting, it's good. It's a stimulus, but we have to think ahead. And ahead is the issues of digitalization, the issues of the environment, the issues of poverty, how to restore growth in a way that will be compatible with these objectives in a region that unfortunately, in the case of Latin America, has lost relative importance. So thank you very much again and for the kind words, and I really hope that the future for the Inter-American Dialogue, for CAF, for OAS will be great. And Michael, best luck. You have been kind of a good boss. Huh? No, actually, my real boss in the dialogue is President Chinchilla, because I'm the co-vice chair working for her. Well, thank you very much and wish you all the best. This will be a great conference. And my regards to all the friends who are watching in this new Zoom era, this important event. Thank you. Best luck.
Thank you, Mr. Enrique Garcia, for this moving testimony of the 21st anniversary of the Annual CAF Conference. Now it's time for a very special announcement. Live from the Willard Hotel in Washington, D.C., CAF is proud to announce the launch of the Enrique Garcia Leadership Award in honor of Mr. Garcia's legacy and his leadership promoting a better quality of life for millions of Latin America. Enrique Garcia was elected president of CAF in 1991 and previously served as Bolivia's Minister of Planning and Coordination and headed the country's economic and social cabinet. Under his leadership, CAF has grown to become one of the most important and innovative multilateral institutions in the region and has gained global recognition. This award will be given every year to a leader or an organization that shares CAF values and strives to achieve sustainable development and regional integration in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Hello, it is a pleasure for me to join this conference amid the commemoration of the 25th CAF anniversary. Congratulations to the President, Sergio Díaz-Granados, and to the former President, Enrique Garcia, who is the architect of this institution. Queridas amigas y amigos.
Dear friends, 2 years ago, when we gathered in the same conference, the regional panorama did not look promising. In 2019, the aggregate figures indicated economic growth close to zero and a stagnation or deterioration in employment, informality, and inequality weaken democracies in key ways: rule of law, corruption, and impunity. Discontent on the part of the citizens with regard to their economic results of democracy was shocking and was seen in the streets of several countries of the region and even in some of the ones with the strongest democracies. That is why we were not surprised when the pandemic of COVID-19 hit the region with special cruelty. The highest rate of illness and death. Also, this region experienced a great reduction in the economy and devastating consequences. All of this occurred while the income of the richest people increased by 40%, and while some were celebrating resources that they had for the pandemic, but Latin America and the Caribbean was the area that the highest number of countries with corruption consumed or presumed during the management of the crisis, according to the international organization. So there were some exceptions. The generalized response was, in the best of cases, late and insufficient, and in the worst, catastrophic. Likewise, Macondo of Garcia Marquez talked about insomnia. Many of the institutions of the region seemed, there was a lack of funding, and in other cases there was a terrible democratic governance, which increased the devastation of the situation. The dialogue, cooperation, and regional integration was reaching one of its lowest states. We have never been so close in sharing the problems that we face, but at the same time so distant in our joint administration or management of these situations. The example of all was that when the region was reaching its highest level of contagion and death, almost 30% of the deaths in the world received only 7% of the vaccinations, which came from the COVAX mechanism. So leaders have tried to see improvement and democracy in the nation, but the results have been a painful, self-realizing prophecy. Poor governability with regard to democracy not only helps us fall in relation to the world, but also in human lives, and it's been very painfully high, and we have paid in a very short time. None of this has ended, in spite of the fact that the most recent projections for growth for this year have improved, looking at 6.3% in accordance with the Inter-American Monetary Fund. This growth will we'll see an estimate of 3% in next year. Macondo not only suffered an illness of insomnia, but also of forgetfulness. In a post-pandemic context, we must avoid this problem reaching the nation. We should not forget the painful lessons learned, nor put off our required reforms in order to offer better opportunities to our democracies and our economies. A lesson from our common past offers much hope for this. For example, after several countries of the region suffered under terrible dictators, democracy returned with its main creed of the third wave of democratization, and then the crisis of external debt led to reforms that created a financial stability on a macroeconomic level after poverty that could not be conquered. During programs of transferring funds that were conditioned by positive goals. So we must make of our strengths and opportunities a foundation for a strategy for reconstruction with policies of short, mid, and long term so that we can at least have 5 priority areas. First of all, mobilize the greatest possible number of financial resources and investment capital from the Belt and Road Initiative of China, Build Back Better World of G7. set up by the financial organizations of the world. At this point, all the sources of funding are good if we guarantee sustainability of debt and make sure that there are transparency standards and efficiency in their execution. Secondly, revive our dialogue and integration and open cooperation. Think regionally. This would be a necessary condition for strengthening our access to global resources, including vaccinations, raising competitiveness of our economies, and also taking advantage of the transformations and supply chains that are in operation, and also democratic governance to make it possible for the conditions of stability and legitimacy lead to sustained development. If indeed our region sees daily more autocracies, we also see democracies of lesser quality. So the rule of law and freedoms, we need to add the promotion of instruments that will stimulate political dialogue, empowerment for the citizens, and building social agreements that are broad in their reach, and also incentivize structures that are long-lasting and green to decarbonize our economies. At the same time, these actions should be accompanied by efforts of mitigation and protection of the most vulnerable nations in light of climate change. Finally, but of the greatest importance, we must put in the center of strategies for recovery an unavoidable priority, which is to close gaps and close gaps and close gaps. Especially, we must act on three types of gaps: economic, digital, and the gender gap. All of these have been broadened during the pandemic and are threatening with deepening even more if our strategies for motivating and moving forward our democracies are not directed to changing this situation. With visionaries and renewed spirit of dialogue and regional cooperation, nothing will stop us from dreaming of a new coming decade of change, which has a foundation of change that is inclusive, green, and intelligent. But time is passing fast, and we need to take advantage of our opportunity so that new generations do not suffer the consequences of not having acted on time. So it shouldn't be too late when we discover that, just as Aureliano Baglioni did, that those condemned to 100 years of solitude would not have a second opportunity on the earth. Thank you very much.
Hello. In this segment, we will have the opportunity to hear from Juan Gonzalez, Senior Advisor and Special Assistant to the President and National Security Council, Senior Director of the Western Hemisphere for the Biden administration. We recorded this conversation just a few hours before Juan travels to some Latin American countries, accompanying Secretary of State Antony Blinken on his second visit to our region. So Juan, thank you very much for joining us at the 20th anniversary of the CAF conference, and just hours before you leave, I understand, to Ecuador and Colombia. Thank you again for being with us.
Thank you, President Chinchilla, and thank you for this opportunity, for all the participants today, and I think a belated congratulations to Sergio Diaz-Granado for his election as the president of the CAF. Indeed, I'll be traveling tomorrow, very early in the morning. Secretary Blinken is going to be traveling to Ecuador to advance areas of cooperation with the government of President Guillermo Lasso, who's laid out what I think is a very strategic vision for the people of Ecuador, not just those, as he said in his inauguration speech, not those with a lot those very few that have a lot, but the lot that have very few. And I think that's really something that frames some of the urgency of the challenges of the region, but also the needs of our governments to think in those terms. And then we're going to Colombia, obviously, to advance cooperation with one of our most important allies in the Americas, Colombia. The president of Colombia, in addition to the bilateral agenda and high-level dialogue that we'll engage in, will be hosting a number of foreign ministers from the region to talk about how we can really advance regional collaboration on what is one of the pressing issues of the day on migration. So going to be a very busy agenda, but I really look forward to our conversation today, President. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Juan. And certainly, this is a very timely conversation. And some of the issues that you mentioned are going to be part of our questions. And let me just go right away with the first one. As we all know, the pandemic has hit Latin America particularly hard, with increases in poverty and unemployment. The main priority in almost every country is economic recovery, which will require access to more resources. China's engagement has been growing throughout the region, with a number of countries involved in the Belt and Road Initiative. The Biden administration has countered with the Build Back Better World initiative announced by G7 very recently. Can you tell us about that effort vis-a-vis the Chinese initiatives and how it seeks to assist the economic recovery in Latin America?
Well, thank you for that question, Madam President. I would say first that the objective of what we call B3W here at the White House, Build Back Better World, is really to support and to catalyze a significant increase in responsible and market-based private capital in the region, focused on addressing what is a $40 trillion infrastructure gap in low and middle income countries. I think the second thing I would say is that B3W has a sectoral focus on climate, health and health security, digital connectivity, gender equity, and equality are designed to get at the source of some of the region's structural challenges. The third thing I would say is that its intent is really to use all of the economic tools in the toolkit that the U.S. government has to promote global stability and to establish an alternative to what have been predatory lending models. And I think some will argue that this really is about China and an anti-BRI initiative. I would rather think of it as an affirmative agenda for the Americas in support of the region and in support of good governance in infrastructure and investment, because as we know, corruption and lack of transparency is something that really undermines those investments. But I think to put this in terms of strategy for U.S. national security, I think it's important to underscore that initiatives like B3W in the Americas represent what I think are elements of a contemporary, reality-based U.S. national security strategy in the Western Hemisphere that fundamentally is predicated on the region's democratic development as a fundamental national security interest that is essential to our ability to build back better, to revitalize our international leadership, and to respond to a widening range of global challenges. Let me just underscore there is that what we're saying here is that it is in the fundamental interest of the United States to promote what the president has said in his 16 visits to the region as vice president, that a democratic, secure, and middle-class hemisphere is in the fundamental national security interest of the United States. And that is really what is going to govern U.S. policy under his administration. And Build Back Better World is one key element of that approach.
Let's move to another important issue, which has to do with migration. It is almost impossible not to talk about this, since throughout the Americas is becoming an increasingly critical and complex challenge. In addition to unprecedented numbers of Venezuelan refugees and significant flows north from Central America, migration is also growing from the Caribbean, especially Haiti, as well as from some South American countries. Can you tell us how the Biden administration is tackling this challenge, which is the strategy, not only in short terms, but also in the long term, and how its immigration policies differs from the Trump and Obama administrations?
Thank you, Madam President. And I think that the Secretary Blinken's trip really puts this conversation in stark perspective. And if you watch television here in the United States and the U.S. coverage, the focus is on the border of the United States. And there's talk about a crisis at the border. But I think those of us who follow the region very closely understand that there's a crisis in the hemisphere. There's a historic and unprecedented crisis that has been, I think, a set of structural inequalities and challenges the region has faced have been, I think, underscored and aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And as a result, what we're seeing is an unprecedented number of people who are on the move. Their motivations for migration, they vary from political instability to climate events to collapsing economies. But also, the movement of people has become a lucrative business for criminal smugglers and traffickers who benefit from the proliferation of social media to solicit customers and spread misinformation. If you if you account for the billions of dollars that smuggling organizations are making by moving people, arguably they would compete with some of the largest multinationals in the Americas. And I think it's important to keep that in mind. But at the same time, our existing tools for migration management and for responding to these sorts of events are outdated and unresponsive to the level of the flows that we're seeing in the hemisphere. We have an immigration system that was, I think, designed for post-World War II refugees and for areas at war, and a border that is whose infrastructure is built to apprehend, detain and deport adult males who historically have come from Mexico. But all of that has changed significantly. So we are, I think what the Secretary will be discussing with his counterparts in Colombia is frankly the need for a new approach to managing these challenges. And that means that we need to do, number one, what the Secretary talks about, the right to remain. So reducing the need to migrate by supporting the security and prosperity necessary for people, from the, Northwest Highlands of Guatemala, where I served as a Peace Corps volunteer, to Port-au-Prince, which I visited 3 times now in just 2.5 months. We need to establish also just a predictable and effective way to respond to new migration events. And that means making sure that we have a coordinated approach and a common set of understandings when it comes to refugees and asylum responsibilities that we have as a region, but also beyond that, I think coming to agreement on or reaffirming regional system for providing protection to those who cannot immediately return home. I think what we want is, there's a realization that we're not going to stop migration. That's not really the intent. What we want to do is prevent individuals from having to risk their lives by crossing the Darien Gap or going to parts of northern Mexico that are incredibly dangerous to migrants, but rather create, migration paths, in-country processing, legal pathways, and other mechanisms that will allow individuals to migrate in a safe manner. The way it differs, I think, from the Trump administration is simple. And there is one theory of the case that the way to manage migration is to build a wall and forget about the problems of the region. Fundamentally, the focus of this administration, their theory of the case is that to manage migration, we have to invest in our neighbors and support the challenges that they're facing. Where I think Biden and Obama differ is that what the president has asked us to do is to think about migration comprehensively. What that means is that he is not just working with the Congress to reform our immigration system, which is, I think anybody would say is not working and is terribly broken. Making sure that we're investing in a border that is effective but also humane. And then the third part that the vice president is leading is addressing the root causes of migration.
So the final question will deal with another complex, very complex issue, which is democracy in the context of economic and social crisis. The trends economic, democratic backsliding is getting even worse. This is not new. The region was already showing very concerning trends. As an example of what is happening, on next November 7, there will be a sham election in Nicaragua, which can no longer be considered a democracy. All of this is happening precisely amid the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Chapter. What is the Biden administration's assessment of the state of democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean? Which kind of measures are you planning to take in order to strengthen democratic institutions and practices? And if you could tell us a little bit about the Democracy Summit in December, which kind of results are you expected to achieve, especially in relation to the Americas?
Well, it's an excellent question, and I have to start by saying that as the United States, I don't feel like we have all the answers. We've had debates about issues related to the campaign last year, focused on issues of social justice, inequality, and of course the January 6th storming of the Capitol really, I think, put into stark relief that that no democracy is that the democratic values need to be reaffirmed regularly, that institutions need to be defended and bolstered continuously, and so I think it's a common task that we have before us. What I'll say is on the Democracy Summit, the invitations for the December 9th, 10th summit are going out as we speak, and so we envision really the summit as an opportunity to galvanize attention and international action, not just on where frankly Latin America and the Caribbean has long been a laboratory for democracy, and countries that really have a lot to teach. I think even Europe about democratic institutions and values. So it's one where all of us are really bringing ideas and proposals to the table. And it'll be one of two summits. This will be virtual. The next one will be in person. And they're supposed to. The objective is they have bookends where we all come to common set of agreements and a roadmap for action, and work together to execute on that action. But with all the participants, our focus is to have a number of new policies and resource commitments with a particular focus along a couple of areas. The first is supporting free and independent media, fighting corruption, which is central for the hemisphere. The other is bolstering democratic reformers, democratic activists, advancing technology for democracy, and defending free and fair elections. For the Americas, I think because you mentioned the Inter-American Democratic Charter, I think it's an opportunity to also reflect and reaffirm these principles. I think there's no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating impact on the hemisphere, but much of the ills the region is facing, I think especially those around political upheaval were there well before the pandemic struck. And what it really has done is, as I mentioned at the beginning, is accelerate these processes and generate what what some people are calling a democratic reckoning. And if you look at the latest Latino Barometro, I think the numbers of people questioning the viability of democracy and whether democracy is really the right approach for the region is at the highest it's been in a very long time, maybe ever. So it's a time also for those of us who've been around and seen a different region to really remind ourselves that the Americas committed itself to democracy through the Inter-American Democratic Charter, not for ideological reasons, and not because of some fascination with democratic institutions, but because we'd already tried economic and social development under authoritarian regimes and under revolutionary governments, and they failed. So what the Inter-American Democratic Charter does is it really reaffirms this hemispheric consensus in favor of democracy and democratic development, because what our ultimate goal is creating these democratic societies. And what we found is that commitment has social, political, and economic elements that empower people, make governments accountable. But democratic legitimacy in the Americas is really not a process issue, but rather one that's designed by outcomes. And unfortunately, what we're seeing right now is that the demands of our people are exceeding the ability of our governments to achieve those democratic outcomes. So that ultimately is what is the focus of U.S. policy. And I'll say that in addition to these conversations about the exercise of democracy, as we work to the Democracy Summit, but also the Summit of the Americas next year, we're going to be focusing on those fundamental issues that drove those people out to the streets to protest in 2019, but also today.
Let me tell you that it is impossible for me not to ask you a last question, which has to do, of course, with Nicaragua again. As you probably know, Canada and Chile requested the Permanent Council of the OAS to include the issue on this week meeting that is going to take place on Wednesday. Do you foresee any kind of action or declaration on the part of the Permanent Council on this issue?
I'm optimistic, and I think we should have this conversation. I think what has been clear and perhaps unifying about what's happening in Nicaragua is that all sides have really expressed condemnation and concern with what is happening in the country. So again, it has to come down to outcomes. So I think if there's a declaration, there has to be clear action on the part of the governments of the region to demand democratic change. I think that it may be tempting for the United States to impose sanctions unilaterally, and certainly that's a tool that we can use. We're going to certainly increase the pressure, economic and political and otherwise. But I think what's more important is that there is a robust response from the international community, so that any undemocratic actors, and particularly in Nicaragua, are marginalized as they should be. That is more effective than, I think, unilateral sanctions.
Right. Well, I don't want to take much of your time. Thank you again. We really appreciate, because we know that you are still preparing many things before taking the plane tomorrow early. And just let me wish you a very productive and positive trip to the region.
We are ready to begin our first session of the conference titled The Lost Year, the Pandemic's Impact on the Education Sector in Latin America and the Caribbean. Remember, you can participate via Twitter using our conference hashtag, Diálogo CAF 2021. During the session, you can also submit questions to the speakers via email to meetings@thedialogue.org and our conference platform. It is now my pleasure to introduce our lead-off speaker and moderator for our first session, Claudia Uribe. Claudia Uribe is the director of the UNESCO Regional Bureau for Education in Latin America and the Caribbean in Chile. Prior to joining UNESCO, she worked for the Inter-American Development Bank for over a decade, where she was responsible for leading technical dialogue, loan operations, and technical cooperation programs in various countries in Latin America. Over to you, Claudia.
The next session is about the last year and the impact that the pandemic has had on the educational sector in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's rare that so much visibility and importance has been given to the matter of education and hemispheric meetings, such as what we see now within the context of the 25th annual meeting of CAF, by granting this topic top billing, being the first conference, given that education represents the future and the present and the future of our nation's people. Now, we are very much concerned about the negative fallout in the long term that the pandemic has wrought on education and the path forward for a whole generation of students. After 19 months since the pandemic was declared a pandemic, this brought about the greatest regional and global disruption of education. It's unprecedented. In Latin America and the Caribbean face today a desolate outlook in education, given the setbacks in education, as was just underscored, also laying bare inequalities and shortcomings that persist in our region. This sudden and protracted effect of the pandemic on schools has been very trying for the schools and overall education systems that have been forced to innovate at breakneck speed and to come up with new ways of offering education. Now, what we've learned from this disruption, that is more than 120 million students were not able to attend school in person, and after two complete school cycles of education, according to UNICEF, 80 million students are still in this same situation. This has exacerbated a fragmentation of the school systems, or the fact that students are not closely tied to their schools. 3 million of boys, girls, and adolescents, according to UNESCO estimates, will no longer return to school, in addition to the 10 million that were already out of school before the pandemic struck. The World Bank estimates that 7.6 million students will not achieve the basic level of education expected of them. Add that to the 35 students who are already falling behind, and the exponential effect that this is going to have in the region. Now, this is something that isn't only limited to education. Boys, girls, and young people have been seriously affected in their health, their well-being, nutrition, mental health, and safety. Technology and hybrid distant learning modes that most countries have set up was able to make it possible for millions of students to continue to be served with education, but there are disparities in levels of connection and disparities in homes, and the existing gaps were even made broader. Now, when you also add to that, that is, vaccination rather, has made it possible for some schools to be opened up, but this is an urgent goal that cannot be put off any further. UNESCO's Institute of Statistics says that by the end of September 2021, of the 40 countries that we monitor in the region, 6 continue to have their schools completely closed, and 19 are still have their schools partially shuttered. Now, we also know that opening up the schools does not necessarily bring the students back. And even those families that are capable of sending their kids back to school have opted to keep them home. And so this is still a formidable challenge, and that challenge will not be brought to an end by opening up the schools. The challenge is for us to achieve an educational system that would bring more fair, equitable, improved education that are more germane to the needs that today's society face. Now, the impact of the pandemic, without doubt, in our region and globally, what we see is that this region globally is one of the most of the hardest hit, again, laying bare these inequalities. This is a historic debt that the region has had for a very long time vis-a-vis the most vulnerable of society. Now, with us to address this topic, we have, again, a group of renowned experts and ministers of education, and I will introduce some of them, though a number of them don't need an introduction. First, with us, Mr. Mariano Jabonero, Secretary General of the Organization of Ibero-American States of Education, with a vast background and work with governments of Latin America and Spain in education, as well as having a renowned background in education. It's also a privilege for me to have with us Maria Victoria Angulo Gonzalez, the current Minister of Education of Colombia. She has also been in the education sector in Colombia for a very long time and has worked in public and private institutions. She is also the Latin American Caribbean representative before the global UNESCO meeting that was convened as a monitoring mechanism to push forward the 2030 education agenda. I'm pleased to introduce Nayan Gatsby-Dolly, Minister of Education of Trinidad and Tobago and a member of the Parliament. She is an educator by training and has had a stellar academic career, and as a public servant in her country. Also with us is the Minister of Education of Ecuador, Maria Brown Perez. She also has been in the education sector in Ecuador for a long time and was a representative of the Andean region in UNESCO. Leandro Foger is the president of the Plan Ceval in Uruguay. In addition to holding that position, he also has a long-standing academic trajectory. He has made many contributions to active pedagogy and learning through games. Also, Vicky Colbert, director of the New School Foundation, Fundación Escuela Nueva, Volvamos la Gente. She has won a number of international awards, the WISE Award for Education, given her work with the new school, Escuela Nueva, that has ushered in education opportunities for millions of children in the rural regions of our country and is very much appreciated in our region. I am going to be asking our panelists some questions, and they will have up to 8 minutes to answer. And please, I would prevail upon you to stick to your 8 minutes, after which we will take some questions from the floor. And if you go to the web page for the conference, you can see the names of the people of the speakers and decide who you would like to direct your questions to. Starting with Mariano Jabonero, what do you think the impact has been over the last near 2 years of closed schools? What the impact has been on teaching, and what are the long-term effects of this going to be? Thank you very much. I'm pleased once again to be working with you as we've done so many times before. I would like to thank the Inter-American Dialogue and the OES for having invited us. And in the case of the OEI,
¿Me escuchas, Claudia?
Can you hear me, Claudia? What I was saying is that it's very important for us to be here with the dialogue with the OES, and this is a long-standing relationship of cooperation with the region in the area of education, and working in those countries that speak Spanish and Portuguese on the other side of the Atlantic. So what has been the effect of the shutdown of the schools? Well, you've said it yourself. 120 million children that all of a sudden were shut out of schools. Higher education was also affected more than ever in the past. 3 out of 5 children have dropped out of school, and we have an average of 150 some days of school days lost. Now, we have other countries, not just Latin America, where this has also happened. Bangladesh is a case in point. This is a very important fact. Now, we're talking about a country beset with violence, which is something, poverty rather, which concerns me. That is, the ones who most need to go to school are the ones who are being hardest hit by this pandemic. And the ministries of education have been very nimble and brave in how they have tackled this problem, but the fact is it's happened anyway. Now, this loss of learning means that 3 out of 5 students in secondary school are going to have a much lower level of educational performance than they should have. And a good number of these children have not been able to make up for lost school days through distance learning or technology. They don't either they don't have access to devices or to the connection to the internet, and so they have fewer opportunities for education, and that will stunt their future. 24 million of them aren't going to be able to go to school at all. They will not go back to school, rather. And according to our data, a report from the OEI regarding the economic impact of the loss of education, those countries with the lowest level of competitiveness in the region, the poorest countries in the midterm, might lose between 12 and 18% of their GDP. In the midterm, the economic fallout of this is frightening. In addition to this, boys and girls that have the learning that they've lost is going to take a good 11 years for them to make up for those that lost time, to go back to the level of learning they had before the pandemic. We're talking about children that 18, 20 years on are the ones who would be coming into the productive sector. This is going to have an impact on that. We're talking about children of in comparison to those families who are better off and whose children were able to avail themselves of devices and technology to keep up their education, the negative effect is going to be greater in the early childhood. That is the best investment you can make to prepare children for the future. Now, given this very worrisome situation, we have to ask ourselves, what do we do now? After health and job creation, education is where investments need to be made. Now, going back to culture, we're talking about 2.5 million jobs lost. We're talking about 2 to 4% of our GDP.
Y va a ser lo último que se habla.
This is a very important figure. So, where do we invest? We have to get back to in-class education, because where students dialogue, that's where they learn, that's where they interact, and that is very important for there to be the quality education that they've lost during this lockdown. Now, we have to look at the impact, what has happened resulting from the pandemic. There we have an example in Sao Paulo. A study was conducted about what the impact of the pandemic has been on education, and they have assessed what exactly has happened, and it is very important for us to get a handle on what the effect has been, to come up with technological, methodological means for investing in the future. Certainly, hybrid schools, hybrid modes of education, so that everyone has equal opportunities. Certainly, there has to be in-person class work, but also online remote education. And of course, we have to be mindful of the fact that not everyone has access to the internet or devices. Now, we have to make virtual education available to everyone. That's the biggest message. We have to close these gaps. We're talking about social gaps. We're talking about a gender gap, which has also a very negative effect on girls and women. Now, what we say at the OEI regularly is that we have to overcome the inertia of the past. We're not trying, or we should not try to go back to pre-pandemic times, the past. There were already serious shortcomings in quality of education. So the rationale now isn't to go backwards. We have to overcome that inertia and come up with a transforming and innovative future. A true digital educational transformation, that is the key for the future. And with that, there has to be a digital governance model for education. That's the only way forward. There is no other way forward to have quality education that is inclusive and equitable, fair in Latin America. Also mindful of the fact that we are committed to enhancing production in the region. That can only happen with education. This is a region with low levels of productivity and competitiveness. And the only way to overcome that is with education. Now, this is the opportunity to bring about that digital transformation, educational transformation. So to conclude, there's a French poet who would say, "The future isn't what it used to be," he said. And I think that is the paradox we find ourselves in right now. The future isn't what it used to be. This is our future, and we have to innovate and transform. I think that is the answer. We have to focus on investment, which is where you get the most bang for your buck, which is in education. So I thank you all, everyone on the panel, some of whom are good and long-standing friends. And I thank CAF and OES and the Inter-American Dialogue for inviting me to be here.
Muchísimas gracias, Mariano.
Well, thank you very much. Mariano, you've addressed all of the huge challenges that we face, a very worrisome outlook, And Mariano has made an appeal for us to overcome the inertia of the past. That is a very important call to action, so that in this recovery process that we not just go back to business as usual. We already had inequalities and backlogs in education. Now, Minister Maria Victoria Angulo, I would like to ask you, what have you prioritized in Colombia to focus on the well-being and effective learning as you go back to in-person classwork? Good afternoon, Claudia. A warm greeting to you. I thank CAF and the Inter-American Dialogue. This is a very important panel talking about education, which is very important. I would also like to greet Mariano Habanero, and who has addressed the initiatives of the OEI, Minister of Trinidad, Leonardo Folgard, from the Ceval Plan, colleagues, Vicky, a colleague. Let me try to answer your question, Claudia. I would say that the first thing we have to do is to come up with an agenda throughout the Americas, which is making sure that there's no backsliding in investments in education. On the contrary, this is the decisive moment. You said this is the time to speak of education, not just to go back to how things were before the pandemic. This is an opportunity for us to bring about change, which also poses huge challenges. We got the National Educational Forum, for example, in which there were speakers. We also have to address how we define the change to bring about hope, and for the actions adopted to be in the right direction. Now, we issued the guidelines for the return to school. Uruguay has done impeccable work in returning to in-class teaching. Now, first, 40% went back to in-person education. 97% of all the schools now have gone back to in-person teaching. Now, as Dr. Mariano Habanero was saying, regarding that percentage, all of the different actions that we have to adopt as a government, making the necessary changes in protocols, 1.2 billion have been devoted to this. This is what will create a sense of trust in parents and in schools, teachers, school administrators, that this return will work. And I think that returning to, well, what are we going to go back to? Where we have to take stock of where we are. We're talking about a strategy of development and socio-emotional skills that have to be developed. This isn't just a cognitive matter, language and science and math, but we have to also address how kids feel as they come back to school. We want our schools to be resilient. We have a project to that effect. This is a government program that has different different pillars, capacities. School principals or directors are the ones who are the driving force for these changes. We were already falling back in our education. We have to actually have a system that serves education. We have to first do a diagnosis. As Mariano said, in the case of São Paulo, we saw that the first thing they did was take stock of the impact of the pandemic. In Colombia, we are trying to assess to move forward. We have to do a diagnosis with students. We have to look at the students, at the teachers, and the overall education system. Now, we want a comprehensive overhaul of the system. We have tutoring networks that we've set up with that universities have been working with us on at all levels of education, but we have to stay abreast of the entire educational system, early childhood on. Reading skills in primary school, And this tutoring program makes use of technologies. Now, in Colombia, each school determines what its curriculum is going to be. It's not nationally defined, so each Secretariat of Education comes up with its own plan. First, a diagnosis, support, feedback, and this has to be done hand in hand with this tutoring program for a middle school and secondary school to deliver the material and educational wherewithal that students need. We're not just, we're trying to help students move beyond where they are. Each country is different, Latin America, of course, but what we see is that this backsliding in education has to do with classroom practices. We have to support teachers and directors of schools, otherwise this change won't be possible. There has to be an ecosystem of innovation, and that's something Mariano has spoken about at the OEI, the use of technology, not just accessories to replace in-person schools. What we see, such as in Uruguay, you have to have the conditions for there to be complementary material made available to teachers and students.
Content, materials, dealing with the rural areas as well as the urban areas. We need to work on processes of connectivity. So I just have a few more minutes to talk about the evaluation and assessment of the results and feedback for those who are working in education. We are putting these evaluations of 3rd, 5th, 9th, and 11th evaluations so that we have an informative focus, so we can better understand what is needed in the basic teaching and socio-emotional competencies to understand, promote their development, and other complementary areas. So this is to be a program for results, not just to rank or categorize. So we have goals of returning back to the classroom, to sign up that their parents will let their children return to school and that we have the adequate protections for them there. Also, common goal, the family, the state, and the school, in order to understand what is needed and what has been written so well about. So we shouldn't leave this up to just the teachers. And UNESCO last week in the Educational Forum, the International Forum, talked about a subject which will be shared with all of us in November regarding schools and not returning to the former scenario that we experienced before, but rather broaden our horizons and consolidate our efforts, work as a team with a view that criticizes what's going on, but also looks to how we can motivate and invite families and teachers and everyone to help us to help improve the situation post-pandemic. Thank you so much, Maria Victoria. I think that you note in your presentation the formidable effort being made by Colombia in this process of returning to school. We can see this in addition to the efforts made by many other countries. So I'd like to speak about a couple of topics you were describing. That we need to begin to see the pandemic not just as a catastrophe, but rather, as you have mentioned, as a time of hope for change. I believe that Colombia is assuming this in a very interesting way, taking on this leadership. And it's a message that we cannot go back to doing things the same as before. Another topic I'd like to mention, which I think is essential, is the importance given to assessment with regard to returning to school in Colombia, that it's a key factor in order to measure where the students are in their learning during these times of returning and recovering, to provide a response on the short term. This will not be achieved without an evaluation. So and assessment. So thank you so much, Maria Victoria. Now I will go to the Minister, Nayan Gadsby-Doley.
Open in all the region. What do you believe is the best way to measure and monitor the success of the different reopening plans? What are the tools that teachers need to successfully return to the classroom? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all, and I am very pleased to be part of such an esteemed panel. Good afternoon to all of the panelists who are here with us, and of course, our moderator for this section. In Trinidad and Tobago, our schools have recently reopened for physical school, and we have one cohort, our examination cohort, who are at the end of their schooling out to school now. And so our situation is a bit of a hybrid, and I think many countries would have gone through this. And where we are now is that the schools have now been given the flexibility to determine their reopening plans. So they are determining how they will be able to treat with the students, who does online, what their schedules are like, and so on. So from the ministry's perspective, we have asked them to submit these plans to us so that we can monitor certain things. So one of the things that are very important to monitor the success of these plans would be the number of students that are returning to school. That is critical because, as we know, based on the fact that school has been remote for so long, for Trinidad and Tobago, it's been about 19 months. There are students who would have fallen off the radar. And I think this is something that we are dealing with globally. So the number of students is one way we measure. Another issue would be the actual learning taking place. So all schools would have been instructed to do a diagnostic test so that we can understand where the students are, what is the extent of the learning loss, so that teachers can adapt their curricula to deal with that gap and move the students forward. And that is in an effort to determine how well they are learning the core curriculum. And that's another measure, what our students are learning, how much they are learning. And we needed to establish a baseline for that with the learning loss diagnostic. So the percentage of the curriculum covered is also another important measure to monitor the success of the reopening plan. Another way of monitoring that success would be the students themselves and how they are adapting to physical school once again. The longer they've been away, the more issues they would have in terms of their ability to adapt to the system once again, and not just the same way, because of course there are restrictions, there's masking, there was always also the bubble effect for the students where they are not all allowed to interact in the same way. So the socioeconomic issues that arise from that and the psychosocial support that is needed, that's another way to measure the number of incidents we have at the school, if we have any incidents of violence or any outbursts from the students, and that allows us to measure the emotional state and how they're adapting back to the classroom. Another way of measuring that success would be the number of days we have to close schools because of incidents of COVID-19. That's also a way of gauging the success of the plans, because of course the plans involve all of the safety measures for our students, the entry protocol, the masking, as I said, which is universal for all of our students in Trinidad and Tobago, the uses of sanitizers, and so the number of lockdowns we have to have at the school level to sanitize the school and so on. That also is a measure of the success of the reopening plans, and also the extent of success at terminal examinations. We have regional examinations that our students do, and so we are looking carefully at the performance of the students in these examinations to gauge how successful our reopening plan has been. In terms of tools for our teachers, of course need the fundamental tools for connectivity and online learning, which would be laptops and MiFi devices, which we have been distributing to schools, to teachers individually as well. That is important because in many cases, schools are, because of the social distancing protocols, in rotation. And therefore, even when there are students at school, there are also students at home, and teachers are involved in hybrid learning. So those tools are critical for our teachers, as well as the continuous training in online pedagogy and delivery methods, which has been happening since March of 2020. That is constantly ongoing, so that our teachers upskill and they have that level of facility familiarity with the online environment and their delivery in that environment. And the last thing that our teachers require would be support, emotional support, and they have access to that, where we have counselors that are available to assist them as well in the transition back to the classroom, and also support, technical support. That is also critical for the schools as well as the teachers, and we do have information technology technicians that are stationed at the schools and have jurisdiction for a number of schools, so that the teachers have that technical support that is needed as well as the emotional support. So between that network and that framework of support in providing connectivity, providing devices, training, and so on, that has helped to support our teachers in the move back to the classroom.
Thank you, Minister. Muchísimas gracias, y yo creo que hay varios aspectos.
Thank you very much. I think that there are several aspects that we need to. The interpreter does not have sound. The schools, in order to moderate their situation, their specific situations, and also the whole emphasis on supporting the teachers in dimensions that we have spoken about. We need to talk about the emotional aspects under these conditions, and of course, technological support in an ecosystem that is hybrid and technological. It's very important to hear your reflections, and thank you so much for your presentation. Now we'll go on to Minister Maria Brown, who will cover the next question. How can we assure that there is an effective use of collected data to inform pedagogical strategies in the classroom moving forward? What roles should teachers and parents play? Go ahead, please. Thank you so much, Claudia. It's so good to see you. Always a pleasure to be with colleagues of so much experience. It's a great honor to share this space with all the panelists, ministers, and Mariano, and all of those who are listening. With regard to this question, which is so important, first I'd like to congratulate everyone, because we are building a dialogue for shared challenges after COVID. And so, of course, this will make us think about the fact that we need to present solutions that are collective and useful for all of us. We have shared agendas in order to rethink education after COVID. How can we reach the goals we have in a world context that is totally different? We're aware that we have tremendous challenges to face, many that Mariano Jabonero mentioned, and specifically regarding some of the areas that the ministers have indicated, all the challenges that Ecuador shares. The state charter, we decided to slowly go back to present teaching in class, but reopening 35% of the educational institutions, and now we're increasing very quickly recently. And we hope that by January we'll be able to say we have 100% present learning. Almost 100% of the student population from 12 to 16 are already vaccinated with 2 doses. And so now we're going to begin with the 5 to 11-year-olds. And we hope to conclude our vaccination process between November and December. In this way, we would like to have a greater control of the epidemic. And the Ministry of Salud and Health and several entities are working very smoothly, and almost everyone has mentioned this topic. We've also taken on a process based on 4 pillars with regard to math, logic, problem solving, and citizenship, and literacy through information. we began to work on our points of encounter. This is to provide information, data with regard to how the students and their families have faced the pandemic, technology, emotional aspects, and index of students being in school or at least learning from home. So on a national level, they began in August till the 24th to September a sampling of a large number of students who were volunteers to gather true information that allows for a policy for decision-making that is based on evidence, which is an element key to this process. So we need transparency of this data and not let it be set aside, not just because of the pandemic, but something that is needed for public policy in any context. So this can be done. Open data with regard to education. Weekly, we update the information and publish the budget that will be applied with regard to the teachers, the institutions, indigenous people, and the ethnic composition of the people, etc., of all of the educational system of the nation. So this needs to be continued to reinforce our strengthening of the structures, the technology. And currently, we are trying to smooth this data. And we have several shared objectives, such as all students need to learn how to understand their emotions and share them, and how to do this for life. So we need to focus not only on assessment and policy, but other aspects, not just curriculum that we've seen so far, but a life plan for students so that it can be adapted to their current needs in a world that's changed completely. We need to consider several factors, review the curriculum, the context of the educational system. All of these aspects need to be handled in a holistic manner to reduce violence, and we've seen a lot of evidence of issues like this, which existed before, and risks that we face because of many gaps. We have a very unequal region. Ecuador is not an exception in the region. There are gaps that accentuate the issues and the needs. Reducing these gaps, closing these gaps, psychosocial issues, emotional challenges, and this all needs to be linked in a better manner. Educators have a tremendous role to strengthen. We need to strengthen their role. It's indispensable in training, information, socio-emotional abilities, soft skills, which can be linked with the development of all of these abilities, and also socio-emotional aspects that the teachers themselves may be experiencing and needing support in a culture of caring of the teachers and personnel in the school as well. So this proposal will allow us to improve during and after this health crisis and see how education is built in a more significant manner. Socio-emotional education is one of the key pillars. As mentioned in the beginning, we need to prioritize these four aspects. Socio-emotional aspects are fundamental, and as UNESCO said, the students need to put these tools into practice for their own well-being and those around them. We have also begun to utilize strategies to help children socio-emotionally, and also teachers in these educational processes, especially those who are in a most vulnerable situation. So I'd like to speak about the role you mentioned of parents and teachers. Regarding the participation of the family, I think it's essential to have an educational process in which they actively participate. And this will be achieved by facilitating processes that allow the educators of families to work with them side by side, helping their children, but also see their co-responsibility for the education of their children. So we need to develop strategies for handling the emotional situation in the home, framework for positive and respectful communication, have a warm and safe environment for the children without setting aside the need to handle reducing family violence, domestic violence, which is part of the reality of many communities, which needs to be attended to. In addition, we speak about institutionalizing these programs, which link the family to the educational system with programs that is being done throughout the nation to facilitate families' participation. We have seen how the pandemic has led families to be more involved in the educational process at every table, every living room, every meeting. I think that we count on them. This panel is such an important event. Education is being talked about here because of the importance that we have seen emphasized during this crisis. In order to have holistic development in our people, we need to include in the debate the communities and the different components that need to be involved in education, the role of the media, the community in general, the autonomous areas, the use of public space, the teachers' families, and all of us who make up society in this co-responsible educational process. So I'll conclude with this training of educators. They're the key foundation of education, and we need to implement innovative strategies because teachers are and will be fundamental to allow the inclusion of technology and also practice based on experience in the education innovations that will help not only to present curriculum, but also with regard to integral development of the student body and incorporate in the community the knowledge. They're the teachers who make this all possible to be translated into visible policies and real tools that are within a context of real life. And also, what has been achieved is that the families value the teachers, and they note that it's not so simple to be a teacher without technological experience. And in spite of the fact that technology is here to stay, to support our teaching, it does not substitute the human contact. It doesn't substitute the teacher's place in this process. As I see it, this is a positive view after this pandemic, that it has been something that we can really say has come along in favor of education. The great importance of the teachers, the career of teaching, the preparation, and note how noble teachers are and this profession in the world. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and greetings to all. Thank you very much for your presentation. There were many points that I noted that were very important in your message. I won't try to summarize them all because there were many, but I would like to point out a few of them. One is your indication in the beginning about how, as a region, the nations share challenges in common, how valuable these spaces are for us to be able to exchange ideas and develop collective strategies like today. And I'd like to indicate the importance given in Ecuador of humanizing education and the relevance that the socio-emotional aspects have in this process. I'd like to emphasize, as well as a positive result of the pandemic, how this has increased the speed with which technology has been installed in the educational processes. And in Ecuador, we see how data has been developed and follow-up based on or occurring because of what happened with the pandemic. I believe this to be very important. Thank you so much, Maria. And now we'll go on to Leandro. And we have a very specific question for you. What have we learned regarding technology during this period of time? Go ahead, Leandro. Thank you very much, Claudia. A special greeting to all of those of you who are members of the panel, the ministers who are joining us, how Mr. Jamonero has helped so much in educational aspects in the region. At the same time, I'd like to mention the importance of interinstitutional cooperation, which Mariano has indicated at the beginning of his presentation, especially during such intense times like during the pandemic. Collaboration with the international dialogue, OEI, OAS, etc., regarding emotional and psycho-emotional aspects. It's been very important for all of the organizations in the region. So we need to continue to cultivate this regional thinking with regard to education. I am the last one to present information with a key aspect. I think everyone talked about the importance of training educators to begin with. In my area of expertise, I think that the key factor for taking advantage of digital technology in favor of this learning in education in the region has to do with teachers, families, and students in order to learn, and the mentality that we can try to apply in this sense. We have learned that they concretely offer technology in service of education. This is a very important vehicle definitively to help students along. And we know that many students, it works, and many families as well. They've learned from this experience. And what happened was at the beginning of this situation, they thought that this problem would be resolved absolutely. And a large part of the investment in Uruguay was making internet available and format one-on-one for education. And this was a challenge when the schools were open, and now with schools closed, it was also very challenging for Uruguay. And the international cooperation was very important. But other things that we have learned are, depending on the context of each nation, the process of updating in each nation with the obstacles that the systems have. At the same time, I believe that there is an important factor that pertains to a plan that every country must have with regard to the technological capacity that needs to be applied on a short term. We have seen examples with regard to organizing technologically, radio, television, internet, or even packages taken door to door. but I think learning can happen in a moment of crisis.
I think what we have to do is keep striving to improve these technologies. What we can't do is to think that the response of remote education is going to be the best response that we can bring to bear in education via technology. It isn't the best. This is a stopgap solution. We can achieve better results in person. Technologies and how they are used certainly go beyond that is has a role to play in education beyond how it is applied during the pandemic. But there's going to have to be more infrastructure built up for the region for that to be effective. Now, one of the other things that we have learned is that technology at the service of education is more useful for some students than others, depending on the context. But to have this certainty and to know where and how it works best is also important for the educational system. Just as Mariano was saying at the beginning of his presentation, at the beginning of the panel, for this hybrid model about which we hear so much, it still has to be built. We know it's going to be there, it's going to remain. No one knows exactly what form it's going to take, and that's a path we're going to have to go down, defining it. Now, having the capacities, capabilities, infrastructures, and so forth, there are still going to be challenges as far as cybersecurity, for example. We have to have some element that moderates how students use education. Students currently only perceive one reality, which is through the media in interaction with adults, teachers that are trying to convey to them knowledge that can be done virtually or in person in our democracies. Our democracies are also mediated by technologies, and we have to make a deliberate use of them. Now, we spoke of the importance of data. Specific actions have been adopted, making specific use of our digital platform. There was a tenfold increase of such technology last year, and we saw that some students that are socioeconomically less advantaged are not fully taking advantage of these media. And so we had to come up with the strategy of prioritizing returning back to in-person teaching with the knowledge that we have, and to make sure that technology is put to the service of education, and come up with a strategy to tear down obstacles so that the full ecosystem of platforms and technological solutions can be used and made available to ever more students so that we can achieve higher levels of use. The latest innovations that can be made available in Uruguay, we've made use of virtually and in the classroom, in our public school system, and online learning, and these different online platforms need to be made available to the poorest to ensure full enjoyment of what this offers. We have the gap in access, use, quality, how media and these different technological means are being used. It's a huge challenge that we have to start to tackle. We have this institutional data board, which has given rise to good results in the region. enabling us to learn lessons, working with real-time data, targeting the educational system, understanding that it has multiple actors, and this strategic interdependence of the different organizations that work in education is key. Now, as regards technology, I apologize that we're going to have to start to close your remarks. Well, let me just say this last remark. What we have to bear in mind, first and foremost, it's not because of how excited and happy we're going to be to get back to the classroom in person. We are going to set aside the need to make these investments in the technological platforms. Thank you, Leandro. And what I take away from your remarks are a number of topics, such as the need to have tools, infrastructure, technology, but that's not enough. When schools are closed, which was the case in Uruguay, there's still much more to do. We have to continue investing in technological capacity, and there needs to be more infrastructure, and we have to understand the different contexts, because the usefulness of technology really comes down to the the context where they are applied. So I thank you very much, and we'll move on to our last speaker, Vicky Colbert. We have a question for her, a very specific one. How can civil society organizations work together with the government to recuperate or recover lost learning during the pandemic?
No te escuchamos, Vicky.
We cannot hear you, Vicky.
Estás silenciada.
Your microphone is muted.
Ahí.
We still cannot hear you, Vicky. Can anyone hear her, or is it just me? Asks the moderator.
Aló, aló.
Now, can you hear me now? Hello, Claudia. I'm Alicia, I'm not Vicky. I thought it was Vicky that I was hearing. Vicky, you have the floor. No? Unfortunately, Vicky, we cannot hear you. We only have 6 minutes left in this session. I apologize, Vicky, but since we cannot hear you, we're going to have to make use of these last 6 minutes.
And see if you're selected in the right one.
Stand by 6.
No, no te escuchamos, Vicky.
We still cannot hear you, Vicky.
No. The
next.
Sí, Vicky era nuestra última expositora.
Vicky was to be our last speaker. We only have 5 minutes left now, so there is a specific question for the Minister of Colombia. We're going to use these last 5 minutes, and the question is, I don't know if you're there, Maria Victoria. What strategy do you have to get 60% of the students who have yet to come back to the classroom actually come back to the classroom? 71% of students have already gone back to the classroom. We're close to 74%. And as far as the 26% that has not yet returned, I'll address the question about strategy. Now, in rural areas, I'm talking about Casanare, Guaymilla areas. So what we're trying to do is to improve the schools, overhaul the schools. That's for the 9% that have yet to return to the classroom. The rest has to do with trust building among parents throughout the country. We are civil servants. Education is decentralized in Colombia, and progress that has been made is owing to the effort made by local authorities. We have a very local, dynamic, local education system. Now, this isn't a concern that only the federal government or the national government has. We are working with the media, with parents, to get out the message that schools are safe. 97% of all public and private schools have had their students come back. Those are our strategies for bringing students back. 14,000 people turned out in a virtual meeting last week. These are different academic exercises that we are undertaking to get the message out. It's not just to build trust, confidence, to bring students back, but it also stresses the leading role that parents have to play. Now, in the last few minutes that you gave me, now we should talk about the experiences of students, of teachers rather, in the rural and urban settings. And hopefully we can close out the year with the education system back in its entirety. I see that Vicky is now connected, but the organizers of this event are telling us that we no longer have time for this segment.
Bueno, lamentándolo muchísimo, Vic.
I'm sorry, Vicky, but I would like to thank everyone for being here, for your very succinct presentations, and for what you've taught us. We conclude this panel, and I hope you all have a very nice afternoon. Thank you very much.
No, qué tristeza. No, qué tristeza. No, no me escuchan.
Thank you, Claudia Uribe, for moderating this very interesting discussion. We apologize for the technical complications that happen these days when we try to put together a virtual event. We are mindful of the accomplishments and also of the challenges yet to come in this important topic. We're now ready to begin our second session of the conference titled The Region's Economic Outlook, Uneven Recovery. Remember, you can participate via Twitter using our conference hashtag, Diálogo CAF 2021, and you can also submit questions via our conference platform, email at meetingsthedialogue.org, and our conference platform. Now we're ready to begin our second session of the conference titled The Region's Economic Outlook, Uneven Recovery. Remember, you can participate via Twitter using our conference hashtag Diálogo CAF 2021, and you can submit questions via our conference platform or through email at meetings@thedialogue.org and our conference platform. It is now my pleasure to introduce our moderator for our second session, Susana Malcorra. She is the Senior Advisor to the Presidency of IE and the former Dean of the Instituto Empresa School of Public and Global Affairs in Madrid. Susana Malcorra has been Minister of Foreign Affairs of Argentina and former Chief of Staff of the Secretary General of the United Nations. Also, she's a founder of the group of women leaders, Voice for Change and Inclusion, and holds multiple board positions, among them the Inter-American Dialogue, the International Crisis Group, and the Kofi Annan Foundation. Welcome, Susana. Feel free to get started whenever you're ready.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and start.
Yes.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. I think we have people that covers all over the world, so we have all time zones. It is a real pleasure to have the responsibility to moderate this panel with 5 panelists, I will say top-notch panelists. Some of them very close and dear friends. Others I'm meeting today. We're going to conduct the discussions both in English and Spanish, so of course the translation is available. And we are going to go straight into the subject matter because we have only limited time, and it is such an important subject, and we have people who understand and know it so well that I much rather go straight into it. What is our session about today? Well, we are going to talk about the region's economic outlook. And the question is it going to be an uneven recovery? And we have 5 panelists that will be talking about this based on the fact that coming out of the pandemic, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean have adjusted upwards its economic growth forecast for the region to 5.9%. And expectations are positive. But that said, asymmetries between sectors and groups, and I would say even between countries, are important. So how we tackle this recovery? What are the different perspectives? What are the different points of view from a country level, from a regional level, and from a global level is something that we are going to try and discuss with all these panelists. We have 5 speakers with us. Carlos Felipe Jaramillo. Carlos Felipe is the Vice President for Latin America and the Caribbean region at the World Bank. He was previously the World Bank Country Director for Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, and Uganda, and was the Senior Director of the World Bank Group's Macroeconomics, Trade and Investment Global Practice. Before joining the bank, Jaramillo was a public servant in the government of Colombia, holding offices in the Ministry of Finance, the Central Bank, and the Ministry of Trade. Welcome, Carlos Felipe. Then we have my dear friend, Alicia Bárcena. Alicia Bárcena is the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, CEPAL. She has previously served as Undersecretary General for Management and Headquarters in New York in the United Nations, Director of ECLAC's Environmental and Human Settlements Division, and Coordinator of the Latin American and Caribbean Sustainable Development Program of the UNDP. We have also Rémi Rioux. Rémi is the Chief Executive Officer of the Agence Française de Développement, an expert in economics and international financial institutions. He has held high-level positions in a career devoted to development and Africa. And after serving as Chief of Staff for the French Minister of Economy and Finance, he was appointed as Deputy General Secretary of the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Development. In 2017, he also became chairman of the International Development Finance Club and organized the 2020 Finance in Common Summit. We have another good friend, Gustavo Vélez. Gustavo is the Secretary of Strategic Affairs for the Republic of Argentina. Previously, he worked at the Inter-American Development Bank in senior positions, focused on connecting new technologies, physical infrastructure, and regional integration. Gustavo also served as National Coordinator for the Organization of American States and as President of the National Institute of Public Administration, Minister of the Interior, and Minister of Justice, Safety, and Human Rights for the Republic of Argentina. And last but not least, we have Alicia Garcia Herrero. Alicia has been the Chief Economist, Asia Pacific and Natixis Corporate and Investment Banking Division since 2015. Throughout her career, she has served as Chief Economist for emerging bank markets at Banco Bilbao, Vizcaya and Argentaria, BBVA, member of the Asian Research Program at the Bank of International Settlement, BIS, head of the International Economic Division of the Bank of Spain, member of the Council of the Executive Board of the European Central Bank, head of emerging economies at the Research Department of Banco Santander, and economist at the International Monetary Fund. She also has held professorships at leading research institutions. As you can see, we have a real quality group of people sitting around the table, this virtual table today. Y ahora vamos a empezar en español.
Now, starting in Spanish, I'm going to turn to Alicia first, because the crux of this conversation has to do with the forecast that ICLAC has made, and I would ask you, what is that vision, that forecast for the region? What is the outlook, and what measures does ICLAC suggest to come out of the pandemic and to tackle the crisis resulting from it? Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I would like to greet all the organizers, Michael Schiefer, Mr. Granados, Luis Almagro, and you, Susana, a warm greeting. Now, at ICLAC, we call this the paradox of recovery. Why? Why the paradox? Because our region was the hardest hit in the developing world with a 6.8% drop, the greatest one since 1900. So we're going to grow 5.9%, but that's not enough to make up for the 6.8% drop. Now, this growth is a reflection of the statistical rebound, mostly by consumption, because most countries applied measures to offer support to homes, to households, and that helped private consumption. But that isn't really growth, and that concerns us because we go back to commodity prices and primary economies again. That's not what we want. What we want is to diversify our economies. So what I think we also need to say is in 2022, there's going to be a slowdown. Once again, we'll be going back to those, frankly, mediocre levels of growth. 2.9 is what we forecast. And that is a reflection of a number of things. Asymmetry regarding access to vaccines. That is key. Our region is asymmetrical. There are some countries that have 80% vaccination rate and others at 0.2%. That is a huge asymmetry. And also then compare that to the world. Now, our ability to recover depends on that. And the structural problems that we face, the low level of investment, we're at 17.6% investment, as a reflection or a percentage of the GDP, the lowest in 3 decades, the worst in the world. The world average is 26.2%. So the region should rise by 9 percentage points of public and private investment, because this is the lowest level of investment in 3 decades.
So the region lost a tremendous amount of productivity. The most highly affected employment was informal employment, and the fall was 9%, which was the most serious in the whole world. So what I'm saying is huge, but it's the truth. And women and young people were the ones most highly affected. The participation of women in the labor market brought us back to 2002, and in reality, the number of working people was 25 million people. Of 13 million, that's women, and I believe that we need to underline this because the rate of female participation was reduced terribly. So we have a level of informal workers of 58.7%, and the inequality in our region defines Latin America and the Caribbean. So these are key subjects in this regard. I believe that, first of all, extreme poverty saw an increase of 30.5%. Poverty. So now we have 208 million people living in poverty, 22 million more than 2019, and 75 million of them are in extreme poverty, 8 million more than in 2019. So the digital gap, we think we're moving towards universality in the digital world, and today we have 66.2 million homes with inadequate connectivity in Latin America and the Caribbean, and this caused a loss of an entire generation of all ages who were unable to connect to telework and even less so education, and especially in the rural areas. So I'd like to say that there are disparities that are unacceptable, and there's then the culture of privilege in our territory, which we need to face. The redistribution of income, of wealth, of patrimony, access to public goods. This can only be achieved with a fiscal policy that is progressive, that ends tax evasion. So we need to review our fiscal activities that favor certain groups. So a mention was given by Susana was to focus on investment. We are facing a very serious fiscal problem, greater weakness than in previous years, and we'll need liquidity for foreign financing. And for this reason, it's very important for us to orient or guide the income we have, whether it's by banks or loans or concessions. We need to focus on investment, but investment that is green, sustainable, and which generates employment and focuses on the environment. So these are 8 points. Energy transition, electromobility, the pharmaceutical industry. We cannot go back to see what has happened to us before. We cannot be a region that depends on pharmaceutical companies on an international scale and imports. This happened to us, and we cannot let it happen again. This region has the ability to produce our own vaccinations and medicine, and that we're working on strongly. And solutions based on nature, climate action, this only contributes 8.6% of the greenhouse gases, but is most affected. So I'm saying, and I close, that we believe in recovery, reactivating recovery, but there are many duties that need to be carried out in order to, obviously 5.9, it's good news, but this does not help us recover enough. We need to focus on employment, on investment, on recovery that is sustainable, and above all, focused on women as well. The economy of caregiving, because women are the ones most affected. They had to return home to care for the children and elderly adults. Women need to return strongly to the workforce. We need to have feminist recovery, or there will not be a recovery. Thank you so much. You've given us a view of the region, which is in line with your work at ECLAC. And so we need to have an exchange with the group. We have a macro view, a vision of a country, and now due to Gustavo Belis, how do you see the economic perspectives for Argentina? The worst of the pandemic has already happened. Gustavo, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to participate in this panel together with our friends who make it up. I feel very honored to have this opportunity. We recently were remembering with Michael Shifter before we got here to the studio the encounter that we had at the very beginning, 2020, at the Vatican with Pope Francisco. And now Michael's the president of CAF, and now Alicia Bárcena was there too during those days, and the pandemic had not begun, but the situation of lack of solidarity and the debt was very concerning already. And so at that point in time, the situation has worsened, it's gotten deeper, but now I believe we need to reflect all the deeper, including the moral aspects, generate solidarity in our finances, and also intellectually speaking. We need to be able to speak outside of the box creatively and also without copying and pasting. We need to have innovation. So responding to your question, Argentina has an important commitment right now with regard to foreign debt and all the global forum, wherever we're participating. We're going to be participating in the summits of climate change and others. We need to reinvent a new architecture on the financial scene. So we also need to be taking into account the interests of humanity all the way around. So there's an element that we believe is an opportunity in order to reconfigure this financial global architecture. The recent publishing of the rules by the IMF, this has given us a great opportunity if we are creative and if we're able to link these new rights to financing from the bank for our development bank, and especially for the Inter-American Development Bank. So a reference would be that in the world, there has been an issue of $650 billion, which doubles all the money that has been provided in previous years. So we understand that this is an opportunity for liquidity, that it cannot be given to only the richer countries, and it cannot be overlooked as an opportunity for developing countries, and it cannot reinforce the concentration of wealth in the international scene anymore. So we are proposing that we use these special rights for leveraging the organizations of international credit like CAF and IDB and the Central American Bank and the bank that is operating throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. It would be a shame if these special rights were only used in the richer countries. And we believe we need to be very innovative in discovering the capacity for leveraging this financing through two specific mechanisms that we are proposing for these special rights. The first mechanism, which is very concrete in the world, is in the G20, which will meet in Rome. It's a mechanism. This does not include the countries of mid-income. The special drawing rights is what we're referring to. If we were profoundly poor, we would be receiving 0.5% of this, which is a very small amount of finances. And so we need to look at sustainability and resilience for the monetary fund and others. So an important element needs to include the companies that don't have leverage and that have medium level income. So they always need to be sustainable. So we need to wait for the third option for G20 and the monetary fund to channel the special drawing rights of the development banks. Once capitalized, our regional bank, the other aspect needs to be creating a counter-cyclical fund that prevents our banks from operating pro-cyclically, as we're warning about. So not to bore you with my time here on stage, I would like to say that all of Latin America and the Caribbean needs to raise a voice to propose very strongly, because just like a year ago, it would have seemed impossible that the world would approve and support $650 billion in special drawing rights. It would have seemed impossible. Now it seems impossible for it to be properly channeled, but we need to make sure that we get financing in Latin America, because without financing for so many important things, we'll only be talking of good intentions without really achieving anything. Also, we need to have two important focuses, Green Bank and Orange Bank. One with regard to climate change and the other one technological changes with strong emphasis on education and knowledge economy. So we can discuss this more during questions and answers. Thank you. You have focused your comments on FDRs and the opportunities that they bring.
From your perspective, from the perspective of FAD, the areas of focus as part of the recovery post-pandemic, and particularly from the institution you lead, what are the focus countries and the focus objectives in the Latin American and Caribbean region?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear, yes.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Susanna. Good afternoon, good evening. I'm extremely pleased to join you. I'm in Rome, in Castel San Angelo, for the second edition of the Finance in Common Summit. We have the gala dinner, so I will have to leave you, but it was impossible for me to miss the first annual meeting of Sergio Diaz Granados, the new executive president of CAF. So please send him my best wishes for his mandate. We're here discussing, of course, global issues, but Latin America is very strong in the discussion in Finance in Common. We have Javier Diaz, the CEO of Bancoldex. We have Sergio Gusmao Suchodolski. We have from BDMG in Brazil. We have many members from Alide in the room discussing, yes, the consequence of the pandemic in each and every region in the world. You know what Finance in Common is about. This is a very simple idea. We decided last year to invite all public development banks in the world. Somehow it was a blind spot in the global financial architecture. And we did the research. We will publish tomorrow the last figures. There are 530 public development banks in the world, $20 trillion combined balance sheet, 2.5 trillion annual investments, and a very significant increase in 2020 compared to 2019, about 15% increase. So while global investment slowed, public banks played their counter-cyclical role. So this is what we are discussing with a specific focus on agriculture, because we are in Rome and And we know that probably in the coming months, we will face a lot of difficulties in this sector for food security. And it's a question for humanitarian support, but it's also a question for investment because this is a historic market failure in each and every region, including yours, that public banks have to address, mobilizing, of course, the private sector. And so my work, my dream, my action is to build this vast and global public financial infrastructure. I think it's a global public good, and our leaders propose to international and regional institutions to leverage this financial capacity. So we are also discussing previous interventions talked about the global financial architecture, talked about the use of SDR. We are proposing to channel SDR through multilateral development banks in order to reach other public development banks at national and subnational level. This is the proposal that was made by President Adesina of the African Development Bank. You know, the G20 finance ministers and central bank governors opened this discussion October the 13th, last week. Now, probably each region should make a proposal on this, including Latin America. Of course, it will give us, and I come to my second point to answer your question, Susanna, it will help all public banks do their twin missions, meaning playing the counter-cyclical role. And this is what AFD, the institution I'm heading, tried to do in your region for 1.5 years right now. We redeployed our capacities. We passed through governments, of course, budget support to Bolivia, 100 million, budget support to the Brazilian federal state to support households affected by the pandemic, reallocation of ongoing projects, especially in Ecuador for health and sanitation. We also pushed the ambition through the public development banks. I mentioned BDMG, so nice an institution in Minas Gerais in Brazil. We did this through BADESC in Brazil, BNCR in Costa Rica, FIRA in Mexico, and also CAF, of course, our guest, our host today. And I'm extremely pleased, of course, to hear that the CAF Board of Governors approved the creation of a special COVID-19 facility back in March 2021, endowed with $1 billion US. You know, many partners, including AFD, are willing to contribute to this facility to help the region. That's for the counter-cyclical effort. But of course, and that's so strong in the discussion here in Rome, while doing our counter-cyclical role, we have to keep track of the long-term transition, of the long-term transformation. And this is especially the task of a very innovative and fascinating coalition that was built within FIX, a coalition of subnational development banks, so close to the ground, to the communities, and that are experiencing, that are innovating at territorial level for SDGs and climate. And of course, we want to support it. This is our signature in the region as AFD, biodiversity and sustainable industries in Mexico, territorial development in Colombia, the development plan of the municipality of Barranquilla in Colombia, well, many projects that we are doing in all our partners in the region. So my plea, my ask is, of course, to answer the urgent needs, of course, but keep do not go into lock-in technologies, keep the track of long-term transformation. Of course, we are ready to work very actively with CAF as your French partner within the IDFC Club and in the Financing Commons Summit to present exemplary projects next year when, of course, Sergio will attend and give us the strategy and the ambition of CAF. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Remy. We really appreciate the fact that you have connected and have taken time off from such an important event. We really thank you for that. And of course, we give you the opportunity to leave and continue the other activities in Rome. Let's now go to now I switch back to Spanish.
We just listened to the point of view of France, and now we will return to our region once again and hear our vision from the IDB from Carlos Felipe Jaramillo. We would like to focus on the subject of recovering in Latin America and the Caribbean and the importance of rethinking the region, viewing from the mid to long term. What would be the key reforms that you see as necessary in order to move forward with development and growth in the region? Thank you very much for this invitation and to the Inter-American Dialogue and CAF. I'm very pleased to be here with you. Look, this question that you're asking me has been the center of dialogue that we have been discussing since I've been at the World Bank, speaking with all the nations, with Gustavo Vélez in Argentina and the different presidents and ministers, because there are some short-term subjects that are fundamental, which have been mentioned here. The first one is the vaccinations. It's very difficult to have recovery without vaccinations on a broad scale. I'm very pleased to announce that recently we approved a large financial $500 million for Argentina to finance, and we will be financing Ecuador and other nations in the region. This is key. This is for the short term. And then the other subject for the short term, I won't go deeper into it. Alicia mentioned it, but the huge loss of learning in the region. In some nations, we will reach almost 2 years without studies, and this will have permanent results for a whole generation who have not been able to study, and we need to do remedial work in order. We will have a yearly loss of income for this future generation between 5 and 10%. This is very concerning. But the mention you have made of the future of Latin America is important. We weren't doing well before the pandemic. We were growing at very low rates, almost zero per capita for several years, and there are some structural problems. I'll mention 3 that, from my point of view, are the most concerning and key. First is the subject of proactive integration of our region in the global environment and the opportunities that exist. We're speaking about short-term, 2 huge forces for growth, the U.S. and China, that have begun again and are able to. We need to link into these opportunities in trade, above all in South America, with China too, and Central America and the Caribbean and Mexico with the United States. There are huge opportunities, nearshoring, seeking opportunities for establishing closer markets, to, for example, the huge market of the U.S. The second one is the private sector. I bring this in because when I hear private sector, what has happened in the recent year, it's been dramatic. The micro, small, and medium and large companies on almost all sectors have had a hard blow. And they've also had to deal with regulatory weight difficulties. So we've seen a reduction in employment in our region. So it's very important to take into account the private sector and that we help in this process of recovery for more investment by the private sector. And finally, the technological subject. Alicia mentioned it with regard to the digital aspects, but I don't think that a Latin American economy can progress without linking in with global technology like digital aspects and artificial intelligence, blockchain, and all of these huge changes and disruptions that are happening throughout the world. There are several companies, including some in Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, that are becoming fully involved in this. We need to generate more this and the employment in these areas so that in our region people can hook into these opportunities. Thank you so much for sticking to the time frame given. We always appreciate this, but forgive me, but for some reason I said the IDB, but I meant the World Bank, excuse me. So finally, the last speaker of this panel, who is a demonstration of the universality that we can see with regard to connecting virtually. She's in Taipei, so Alicia's in Taipei, so she knows our region, but she's there now in Asia, currently in Taipei. So she has the Asian perspective, but I'm asking her, how do you see the current economic situation in China affecting Latin America and the Caribbean? It's an important topic, and we'd like to hear your point of view. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the organizers for the invitation and the rest of the panel for sharing such interesting ideas, whether it be of the situation, the other Alicia, who shares my name, but also the concerns. Having worked in the region, I'm not only concerned, but I'm very sad. And I also think that the region has many opportunities. So I'd like to speak with you a little bit about the situation we see currently in China and the impact on the region with regard to the cycle, but also something that has been fully discussed in the panel, which is debt. How will the debt be handled is the question. From my point of view as well, almost 17 years now in Asia, the role of China can affect the perspective that we're discussing. And this will be a brief presentation, but I would like to say I'm a bit pessimistic with a ray of light as far as supply chains, because if I say rapidly, the economy of China, which was the first one to come out of the pandemic, obviously they were first to go in as well. 18% the first quarter of 2021 is showing great weakness. We had the figure recently on Monday, yesterday, for you. My Wednesday already started. And what can we say, this GDP at the current moment with regard to this quarter? If it weren't for foreign demand, which has contributed almost 4.6 points, then China would be growing less than a point. This is unbelievable, unheard of. You've said it very well. There are basic effects. Logically, you would expect a strong growth. Obviously, China continues, and this means that there are very important forces of deceleration. So the cyclical reasons have to do with what we're seeing in Europe, but without a doubt in China, it's for other reasons. It's a collapse, an energy collapse.
La región.
Now we have to look at all of these things from two perspectives. So the collapse in China's energy sector has to do with their great dependence on coal. We're talking about that from 67% of their electricity is still generated with coal. Now, that is the country that produces the most electric solar panels in the world, and they're still that dependent on coal. Now, and then you look at what's happening in Argentina, and you ask yourself, how can this happen? But that's the case, and that spills over into a dynamic that affects the entire region. The second, perhaps least favorable aspect for the region, the reason for which China is growing slower, is the end of a model of growth through infrastructure and the real estate sector. Because these matters are determined by the official party, the interventionist state, President Xi, just a few days ago, reminded us that as if the largest economy in the world and a chief importer of raw material, which has come to the realization that perhaps growing isn't as important as ensuring that that growth be sustainable over time. So much of the many of the commodities or the raw material that are inputs for their brick and mortar growth, as we say in Spain, and steel, of course. And just for the real estate sector, that part of their economy that was the result of the real estate factor was much greater than what the real estate sector's contribution to growth in Spain was. Now, this is, they're bogged down. This is a much lower rate of growth. And there are structural factors that play in as well. Low growth and increasingly lower productivity rate of workers. And I'll speak briefly about the value chains. The way China sees the way out of this situation is through innovation, green innovation. That means that there's going to be a demand for other raw material, lithium, whatever China needs to increase the weight of those sectors. So there has to be a long-term strategy. It's not that we want to depend on raw material, but among the array of products or raw material that they're going to need, we have to be aware of that. Now, China is the largest creditor, but
La manera en la que China utiliza su posición de acreedor es nueva. No la voy a...
largest lender in the world. But many of the proposals that I've heard at this table and others might not be in line with China's position as a creditor. And just look at how difficult it has been for the Chinese development banks to get on board with we have a new and large-scale creditor outside of the Paris Club that has its own way of resolving things, and there is no way they can just write this debt off if you look at the internal structure of the indebtedness of China. And so what we have suggested and my role in think tanks, what we've seen is that there has to be a new debt swap instrument. There's the Global Recovery Fund, and I'm not going to delve into those details. It's not the right time, but we think they have to think of other alternatives in which China can have a role to play. Just the fact that is to structure solutions without involving China is to not include a big portion of the debt. And so that solution is going to leave out in the cold a lot of countries. So briefly, just to go back to this insight that I have, if in summary, there's a structural and cyclical slowdown of China, it is not going to be able to support the region, especially in some raw material purchases as it's done in the past. It's going to be greener. This part of what we're seeing in the energy sector is, and green energy is short-lived. It's temporary. It is a creditor, but some of the problems that it has can be a solution for our region. The value change, production change are part and parcel of that. We're talking about 30% of intermediate products exported by them. Labor costs aren't what they used to be. There's a strategic competition between the U.S. and China that's not going anywhere. So China has to think of a larger market and beyond nearshoring. But there has to be integration, as Asia is doing with our CEP, and we got Chile and Mexico also, and others have to think of this turning toward the Asian region in order for it to become a center of attraction for the global production chains. That is the future for the region as I see it. Once we've solved the matters of debt that I referred to.
Gracias, Alicia. Siempre enriquece traer una.
Thank you for giving us that perspective from Asia and China, in which the context is different. Now, a note to the public. Write cafconference.com to ask your question.
Write to cafconference.com. That way we will be able to get your questions. Creo que hemos tenido.
I think we've come full circle now in this conversation, in which we have seen a number of perspectives. I'm going to give each one of you 1 minute. Now that you've heard all the other panelists, if you could just perhaps recast your own remarks, bullet points. Alicia Barcena. Well, great. I think it's been quite fascinating what I have heard here, and I would go back to what Gustavo Villius said. Special drawing rights, I do think that there has to be a rewarding of the more than the 600 billion. I think there has to be a apportionment of developed countries, and also a better contribution to the Development Bank and a Resilience Fund also set up. I would like to go back to what Alicia Guerrero said. I was struck by, the fact that we have the same name. Now, you've hit on a very important point. In the region, we don't want to go back to primary product economies, but we have to see those minerals such as copper and lithium that that are worth more now. And China is looking for a change of strategy vis-a-vis Latin America as well, not just purchasing raw materials, but investing in strategic sectors in the region, mergers and purchases. But if you just look at the production of vaccines, Sinovac is investing in productive capacity in Colombia, Chile, Brazil. They are seriously seeking out what you said, how to transfer their productive capacity to areas of cheaper labor, and these and that speaks to the intermediary products that were referred to in Latin America and the Caribbean. Sometimes we see China as a challenge, but what we have to understand is understand China as a creditor, as an investor. I'm a member of the advisory council of the Belt and Road, and if you look at the investments they're making in the digital and green realms, so and working on dynamic sectors that create jobs, support the environment, and also hold out much potential for growth and regional integration. I think if we don't integrate, then we're not even going to make it to the next corner, whether it's through the Pacific Alliance, Mercosur, Central America. Thank you. I apologize. Gustavo. I'm going to be very to the point. Now, as far as the special drawing rights, what we propose is that 10% of those allocations be for regional development banks, and that implies, of course, to that's what needs to be done. Now, they have to become stakeholders. And so now, as far as the rules and regulations developed by countries, only 8% of the issuance of the special drawing rights have gone to Latin America. So we have to have a talk about that. It also means that we have to talk about credit agencies. We talk about the surcharges that we are charged by the IMF, and they are pro-cyclical. And in this debate, we have to talk about these resources flowing to middle-income countries. Now, telegraphic proposals. We have to gear the Regional Development Bank's pipeline toward the compliance of the Paris agreements and reaching those goals. It's as simple as that, to gear them toward climate change and also swaps. There are many experiences on the small scale. This is an important experience for highly indebted countries such as ours. With the World Bank, we are working on two programs that are going to be very important. 4.0 agriculture has to do with the methane footprint and artificial intelligence applied to the agricultural sector, education for the future. These are a number of operations. So now, talking about China, now, how we move our vehicles is another very important topic we are working on strategically, as well as energy transformation, in which there are vast opportunities in China. Thank you, Gustavo. Now let's hear from Felipe. Thank you, Susana. I'll be brief and try not to repeat what others have said. Why is it so important for us to take action in climate change in our region? This is an area about which I agree that this is the time for us to pull together, especially because ours is one of the most affected, one of the regions most affected by the effects of climate change. We've seen this recently with huge droughts in some countries and flooding in others, and the impact of hurricanes in Central America, the Caribbean over the last 10 months, hurricanes that have been devastating, that have had a huge impact on the poorest of the population. Now, to the interests of the region, this isn't something foisted on us from abroad. It's a matter of protecting ourselves from climate change, renewable energy. Our region holds out much potential. You've got lithium. At least 3 countries of the region have huge reserves of lithium, and electric vehicles is another important agenda for the future, and the deforestation issue, which continues to be what most contributes to greenhouse gases in our region, in which there is still much work to be done. And I agree much with what Gustavo Vélez said. Intelligent agriculture and green agriculture. Thank you. Alicia Garcia, your headline moment. I would just start by thanking you and going back to the Global Recovery Fund that we proposed at the G20 with the presence of Italy. That is the idea of making use of swaps, green swaps for investment, green investment. It's not easy to do, but I do think that it's important for us to create an institute that would enable climate change to be not only financed in the developed world, but also in the developing or emerging world. Not just our region, the Latin American region, but Asia, and the greatest greenhouse gas emitters are in Asia. After the U.S., you have China and India. So that is a need. There's a need for financing that now in Asia and certainly in Latin America. So it seems to me that an overarching solution would be to facilitate these swaps. Otherwise, they might be too small. Now on lithium and the large reserves of lithium in the region, China's investment, to be honest, I am knowledgeable about this and I'm very concerned about it. The key is for these resources to be a long-term source of resources for the region to learn to manage their resources, not just having one purchaser. They should have choices so that the price actually reflects the demand. Thank you. Your last comment was very important, especially within the context of the geopolitical aspect of this. This is an opportunity to be able to negotiate from all angles. Now, from the audience, we have a couple of questions. I'm going to combine some of the questions. Now, how has the region adapted to the digitization of the economic sector? And now there's a question about the black economy, or the what about bringing people into the bank sector, and how can that, the growth of the bank sector, shrink the informal economy? Let's start with Felipe. Thank you, Susana. We could talk at length about these topics, but on digitizing rather the economy. I think much work needs to be done. Only half of the population has good access to the internet, digital access, and it's urgent for countries to invest, and it really isn't that expensive to ensure that the other half of the population receives a good internet connection. We're talking about the poorest people and the outlying regions of cities. Now on banking people, my personal anecdote, because a good part of the last 4 years I have lived in Africa, and I was struck by the fact that in Kenya, for example, for the last 15 years, the vast majority of population now is able to conduct financial transactions digitally, and fintechs exist whereby they have access to credit. How could they do that in 15 years? Because in Latin America, it's still 15 years on difficult for small businesses, mom and pops, and people to have access to financing. And they said that you don't have to have a bank account. All you need is a cell phone. This is a barrier that we have not overcome, and I just put that out there for you to think about. Now, to add to your comment, Felipe, Africa, a region where I spent a lot of time, went from not having any communication infrastructure to having cell phone communication. They didn't lay cables. They leapfrogged through that. So, Victor, anything you'd like to say regarding banking and digitizing the region? Well, the basic digital offering is the most big issue in Latin America. It's going to have to be a public and private effort. On the public side, proper regulations that create competition and promote innovation. And if you look at the potential that exists in some countries, such as in Argentina, in which we have satellite communication and then fiber optics, and tie that into the education challenge. Being connected connectivity has to do not just with the financial sector, which is a part of the whole concept of being a citizen, but also can be put to the service of education. Now, also the economy of care. We have a dilemma in Latin America. We have to connect more people and make sure that the service provided be more effective, more appropriate, to create an economy of care in health and education, also to regulate toxic use of media, and we have to. There's coming together here of the psychology. We have to look at behavioral sciences. If we look at the agreement and the Social Economic Council, this is something that will be addressed in another panel. Modern democracy and in Latin America has been shaken by the toxic relationships that exist in this echo chamber of toxic relationships that exist or interaction that exists in social media. And that's something that has to be dealt with. Now, Alicia Garcia, and then Barcena for the last remark. In Taiwan, a very worthwhile proposal as I see it, because the agenda of the current government has been quite innovative, but access to internet now is being cast as a human right. When I heard that, that really struck me, because if you sit back and think about it, especially within the context of the pandemic, it really is a human right, because it is tantamount to education, health. If you look at the pandemic and contact tracing, that enables to avoid getting COVID, it's key. So everything that we said before about change of production chains, transferring that, you can't have value added without going digital. So whether we're talking about the human rights angle on the production change, digitizing the economy is essential. Thank you. Alicia Barcena, last remarks. Two things. One is digital inclusion, the urgency of closing the gap. Basic digital services, 1% of the regional GDP is all it costs, just a laptop or a tablet and a low-cost connection. 0.3% Chile, 2% in Bolivia, an average of 1% of the GDP. It's doable. We should do it. Second, how can we take it one step higher? Now, internet service platforms and software, there was a 481% growth in the region. Now, what did we see? Mercado Libre is a very interesting platform in Latin America that is what small and medium companies are most using, not Amazon. So how can we leverage these platforms, help these platforms in our region to give a boost, a leg up to electronic sales? And when you look at how many people, children, are not connected, it's a lost generation, and we can't let that happen to the next generation. So digital inclusion and to have rollout of 5G, have the best technology. Before we even get to artificial intelligence, we need to move forward much faster. So this is just an appeal for inclusion and to move forward technologically in all of the value chains. It's been a challenge and a pleasure to moderate this panel, people who know so much about these matters. And what we take away from this is that there's still much to be done, but if the region were to pull together, were to integrate, then the likelihood of success is much greater, and we need to strive to ensure that that happens. It's been a true pleasure for me to moderate this panel on the 25th annual edition of CAF. This is the last one that we are going to enjoy Michael Schiff's presence in. And Michael, we acknowledge the leadership and the work that you've done at the dialogue to be a force in this effort to integrate Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, and I thank the panelists for making my job easier. Thank you.
Gracias, adiós.
Muchas gracias, Susana. Thank you, Malcorra, for a very interesting and very global panel where many of the region's top priorities were definitely properly addressed. We now turn to our third and final session of the day, a series of very special conversations between Ambassador Shannon and 3 presidents of Latin America. Ambassador Thomas Shannon had the opportunity to sit down with President Iván Duque of Colombia, President Alberto Fernández of Argentina, and President Laurentino Cortizo of Panama to have an open conversation about those most pressing issues facing the Americas today. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Ambassador Thomas A. Shannon, Jr. Ambassador Shannon spent over 30 years in the U.S. Foreign Service, most recently as Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs in the U.S. Department of State. He also served as a U.S. ambassador to Brazil. Currently, he's a senior international policy advisor at Arnold & Porter and co-chair of the Inter-American Dialogue Board of Directors. We hope you enjoy this very engaging conversation.
We're very happy to have with us today President Iván Duque of Colombia. President Duque was elected and inaugurated President of Colombia in 2018. Previously, he served in the Colombian Senate as a senator from 2014 to 2018. And before that, he spent more than a decade in Washington, D.C. as a senior advisor at the Inter-American Development Bank. President Duque has a law degree from Sergio Arboleda University in Bogota, but also has a master's degree in law from American University in Washington, D.C., and a master's degree in public policy management from Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. Mr. President, thank you very much for being with us today. As you know, COVID, the pandemic that is COVID, has had a devastating impact in the region, economically and socially, but has also been a source of political fragmentation. As you look at your government's priorities and look out over the region, how should the governments of the region and the United States be prioritizing the efforts by governments to promote recovery and reconstruction?
Well, thank you so much, Ambassador Shannon, for this great invitation. I also express my gratitude to be in this event with President Fernandez, President Cortizo. They're all good friends, so I send them my best regards. And going to your question, Ambassador Shannon, I think the most important lesson that we have learned in Colombia is that we have been able to duplicate our ICU capacity, that we were able to create a national stockpile of PPE to attend the needs of the people from the healthcare system. But also, we have put together a national vaccination program that has been accelerated day by day, and that actually today reached 43 million doses already applied in Colombia. We expect to get to the 70% of the population at minimum by the end of the year with full vaccination. And this is obviously a trigger of economic growth. And maybe if we can look at the numbers that we have, we're expected to grow above 7% this year, which will be the highest growth reach in this century. And we're seeing industrial confidence, and we're seeing industrial output also growing very rapidly. And we're seeing that we're recovering pre-pandemic unemployment rates maybe by the end of the year. And we're also, gaining again the possibilities to provide the people with access to resources so that they can leave extreme poverty and poverty rates. So all this that I'm describing, in my opinion, requires a great coordination so that the post-pandemic recovery is sustainable. So that means that we have to address not only the fact that we need fiscal reforms, we already did one, and we're increasing our income by 1.8% of GDP to attend some of the expenditures that we had to use during the pandemic, but also to expand the social safety net. So that's why basically in the 3 years of my administration, we passed from 4 million beneficiaries of conditional and non-conditional grants transfers to more than 9 million. And we have also said free public university education for the emerging middle class and the poorest of the poor, among many other programs. But then the question is, what kind of coordination is needed? And that takes me to the program that has been launched by the Biden administration, which I think is very clever, that is B3W, Build Back Better World, because they are using the concept of friendshoring, which is to bring back investment that was deployed in other parts of the world to be closest to America, the United States of America, but that can also generate a biggest industrial base, generate employment, and generate opportunities. So it is my sentiment that if we go in this direction and we all contribute to this effort, we're going to be successful. We're going to generate opportunities. We're going to grow faster. But at the same time, in my opinion, we're going to reduce the pressures that we're seeing today in the southern border of the United States.
Well, thank you very much for that response. Obviously, a lot has been done, but still much needs to be done. As you look at rebuilding the Colombian economy, what can you do to promote a green economy? In other words, an economy that meets the challenges that the world faces right now regarding climate change.
Ambassador Shannon, when we look at the numbers that we are facing today, this is no longer a climate change debate. There's no dispute that we are living a climate crisis. So this is no longer if we trust or we don't in climate change. No, we're facing right now is a climate crisis. So the world is producing every year, 52 billion tons of greenhouse gases emissions. What we have to do is to curb down those numbers, but also have a major goal, which is carbon neutrality. But carbon neutrality alone doesn't solve the issue, because you can also reach carbon neutrality with a high environmental impact. So we have to use two concepts: carbon neutrality, nature positive. What Colombia is doing right now is that Colombia has set the goal of reducing by 51% our greenhouse gases emissions by 2030. Colombia has said that we want to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. But in terms of nature positive, what we have also pledged is that we have to be zero deforestation by 2030, that we have to reach the Leaders' Pledge for Nature, which is to have 30% of our land to be declared protected area, and that we have to structure all this with a set of policies in which we are already advancing, which is energy transition, circular economy, planting trees. That's why we joined the 1 Trillion Trees Initiative, and also be able to have sustainable business, sustainable production, and be able to have the mantra in society of reduce, reuse, recycle, and be able to have a national education program on environmental management, because in this area of the Anthropocene, we all have to contribute individually and collectively. And that's the kind of policies that we have been putting together in Colombia. And that's why the road to zero is so important, based on neutralizing those emissions. And that's where we are. But now the question is, who's going to pay the bill? How can we access those funds? So that's why the capital increase of the IDB is much needed. The strengthening of CAF is much needed. And it's also very important nowadays to be able to leverage these resources that are available from the private sector, but also from the public sector and from the philanthropic movement in environmental matters. So having Jeff Bezos installing the Earth Fund is a great news. Looking at 8 of the most important philanthropists in environmental management saying they want to put 5 additional billion is very good news. Looking at the pledges from many governments to achieve the $100 billion to be invested and deployed around the world is a good news. But what's also important is that we're seeing now investment banks wanting to put resources. So intelligent green financing, I think, is what is also needed. How do we achieve that? We have to use debt swaps or debt relief based on climate action, especially in the poorest of the poor countries. And we need to help the middle-income countries, such as Colombia, to have climate funds that can accelerate the investment in all these matters without having a conflicting day-by-day situation with education, healthcare, infrastructure, and other types of demands. So I link all this, Ambassador Shannon, because this is Colombia's strategy. Colombia is pushing the transition in energy. Colombia is working on the circular economy, clean mobility, producing, conserving, producing, reduce, reuse, recycle, among the belief that we want to plant with the private sector. But most importantly, we're also building green finance as the mechanism for us to finance the goals that we have set. So I think this is the way in which we're moving.
Well, thank you very much. A 21st century agenda for a 21st century Colombia. One final question for you, Mr. President. One of the sectors hardest hit by COVID has been the education sector, with many children not being able to participate in in-person class and having to learn virtually. And this has highlighted the inequities that exist throughout the Americas and the United States also. Even today, a majority of children in the Americas is still not in classrooms. What is Colombia doing to promote better education, especially among primary and secondary students?
I think that's a very important question, because when the pandemic began and we have to make the complicated decision of having the national isolation, a selective isolation, which was the way in which we implemented in our country lockdowns, but that were intelligent lockdowns, we identified that definitely one of the sectors that could be more affected was education. So instead of going through a sudden stop, as many other countries did it, we tried to put together all the pieces. So that's why we moved to virtuality. And I think virtuality worked, although not the whole country has virtual access. But we also looked at national radio and national TV, and we implemented programs that could help the students get the right content. We were able to provide nutrition because most of the kids that go to school, public school, they receive school food, which is very important for their nutrition and especially for the poorest of the poor. So instead of shutting down the system, what we did is that we brought the food to their houses, and we also expanded their ration so that it could be supportive of the whole family. And we did the same on preschool with the centers of early childhood attention from the ICBF, which is the institution that protects family and children and adolescents and youngsters. What we did is that we also gave almost 14 million rations that were giving house by house, but also attending the needs of the whole family, which I think was a very important and innovative measure. We also started doing a hybrid mechanisms of interaction. So what does hybrid means? You had sometime virtual, sometime presential, sometime virtual, sometime presential. And now we're pushing the whole country to have full percent attendance regularly at schools. And I think we're moving in the right directions. We have cities that already have the 100%. And this is a work that has to be hand in hand, not only with the mayors, but also with the directors and the principals of the schools, but also the professors. Sometimes we have found that there has been very strong debates with some of the unions, but I think today we have guaranteed that all the professors and teachers and lecturers are fully vaccinated, so that there's no argument saying that the lack of vaccination doesn't give the right trust to be in schools. And we are also working with the Ministry of Health, and we're working with our equivalent of the FDA, so that we can allow vaccination for kids below 12 years old. So we're expecting to have this solved maybe by the end of this week or early next week. And with that, I think we can still keep on expanding the vaccination rate and trying to look for herd immunity, and at the same time recover the education rhythm. But I think you raised something which is more important, and is, okay, this is about having the tuition. Now about the quality. Have we been able to evaluate the quality of the education that virtually the kids have received? I think none of the countries in the world can really prove today that virtuality is really high quality one. How are we going to know that? Maybe we'll have to wait until the next PISA test takes place. But my worry is that we might end up, throwing money into the air, because you do a PISA test after a year and a half of this big shock to education, you might find out that in many aspects you had a setback. So I think what is interesting is that we should try to reorganize PISA and maybe push it for an additional year, so that we see the whole adaptation after we have recovered presential education. Because that's the only way we're going to test if the year that we had and the year of recovery are really helping the students to be up to speed, up to date in the knowledge to be valuable. So I mentioned this, Ambassador Shannon, because I think it's a very important discussion, because I'm worried that if tomorrow you undertake PISA and you evaluate what happened last year in virtuality, you definitely are going to see a weakening, because there was a lot of social adaptation. So I think it's better to evaluate the year of virtuality plus the year of getting back to school, and then we will know if the combination of both years really made a big effort in quality.
A very useful recommendation, and I hope one that is acted upon. But sir, thank you very much for your time today. We appreciate your willingness to talk with us about these important issues and to share your thoughts and perspective at this important moment in Colombia's history, but also broadly in the history of the region as we all try to find ways to address the larger challenges presented by COVID and the pandemic and ensure that as we move forward, we can do so with a degree of common purpose. So, sir, thank you again very, very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Shannon, and my best regards to President Fernandez and also to President Cortizo. It has been a great pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you very much. Presidente Laurentino Cortizo, Presidente de Panama.
The President Laurentino Cortizo is the president of the government of Panama, and he has a long experience as a member of Panamanian legislature and the National Assembly of Panama and Minister of Agriculture, and now the president. He was educated in Norwich University in business administration, but he also has a master's degree and doctorate in business administration and international business and marketing from the University of Texas in Austin. President Cortizo, thank you so much for being with us today. To begin our conversation, the economic and social impact of COVID in our region has been devastating. What are your priorities and your greatest challenges facing Panama currently? First, hello, good day. As far as challenges go, with a pandemic that has affected the region in a terrible way, in my government, we have set up a triangle of health, which is obviously linked with the strategy of vaccinations, social aspects, which we've been paying close attention to, and also the economic situation. We're seeking a balance. As far as economic recovery, and this is a position which I believe is generalized throughout the world, the key policy, economic policy, public policy, which is linked to recovering the economy, is a good vaccination strategy. That's, if we don't have that, which is well organized with very disciplined teams and the logistics that are required, without that, it'll be a much more complicated recovery. So in Panama, since the beginning, we were paying close attention and observing the development of the vaccination. And in June, we got together in Panama with a specialized vaccination team and decided to choose two different ones. Pfizer, which is about 90% of the vaccinations we're utilizing, and the rest, the 10% or a little more, is AstraZeneca. These are the only two that we decided to utilize, and thank goodness we've had enough vaccinations for all Panamanians. Currently, we've vaccinated the population goal of 76.5%, and so of the eligible population. So we are going towards the second dose for 50 years and over, and people with chronic diseases. So in this sense, a good strategy for vaccinations with good vaccines that are effective and sure and safe is the solution for beginning to open up economic activities, generate employment, increase demand, and consumption. Now, in this sense, we need to pay close attention in the region, and we, with our ports, both in the Pacific and Atlantic, is tied to the supply chain, which we're seeing. We do see problems on a worldwide scale, especially in the U.S., and specifically we're seeing the problems in the ports of L.A. and Long Beach, and all these problems that we're having in the world and the U.S. with supply chain. So, on the other hand, returning to the commitments that we already have on the macroeconomic scale, and if we are in this process of advancing in economic recovery, then we in Panama are progressing with digitalization of the paperwork that is so complicated in this regard, and much of this is equal to corruption. If there's too much of it, we need transparency, and we needn't forget that the pandemic has not been won over yet. We need to continue with the testing, and more testing, and not stop tracking the people who have been around those who have positive test results. So it's an invisible enemy, and the only way to identify it is with a massive, strong campaign of testing and tracing. Thank you so much, Mr. President. The importance of not letting our guard down is a priority for all of us. And as you mentioned, Panama has a geopolitical location that is so important in our hemisphere, joining South America, Central America, and North America. And in the post-pandemic period, how can we as a hemisphere reestablish the idea of integration on an economic scale and political cooperation to reconstruct the policy of dialogue among our nations? This is a highly important question because we, in all these conferences and dialogues and forums, I would like to say frankly that there are beautiful speeches given and a lot of rhetoric, but in the end, nothing replaces a frank dialogue. We may talk, we may have boards and with hidden agendas, and that type of a dialogue does not benefit the region. And so we need to see this difference in the region. I dream of a day when we will understand that this is the path. There is no other path except sitting down and honestly speaking, not just for financial recovery. It's a big problem, but some of the big ones that we have with regard to health and others, like, for example, weak democracy, human rights, the real problems that we have as a region with regard to migration, for example. How can we in Panama, Ambassador Shannon, during this year, 100,000 migrants have gone through our area. And so there are about 12 nations in the region who are involved in this. Unless we sit down together and include the United States, of course, I understand the concept of human rights. Until we nations who are involved sit down, countries that are providing airplanes, and especially with Haitians, to South America, and these people with all the problems that exist walk and go through Colombia. They go to a very inhospitable jungle area, and then they continue going to the United States. So last week I spoke very frankly with the U.S. that it is a time right now, and you're an ambassador, I know well your work over the years, that if we do not handle this topic right now, it will continue to affect us. But you know perfectly well as an ambassador that this problem, what it can do in a year from now, how it will affect the U.S. We need to sit down. We need to speak clearly. This visa process, identification of people, and seek a way from a point of view of a regional problem. We need to resolve this regionally. Your call for dialogue is very important, and I hope that there is resonance here, especially in Washington, because it is a time for dialogue, and the importance of migration is, and also COVID, could be a beginning or a starting point for the region to begin to remake the political dialogue and integration. One of the most strong impacts that we have seen of COVID has been in the educational sector, especially in primary and secondary schools. Many students have had to leave their classrooms in order to take virtual classes. So what are the challenges that your government and Panama have faced with regard to, and what have you done to improve this educational situation? Nothing replaces quality education in person. There's nothing that can replace that. Nevertheless, in Panama, distance education during this period of time, during the pandemic, basically, it could be seen as all negative, this situation, but distance education has allowed for us close the digital gap, which still exists between our schools, the official public schools, and the private schools, where there is a more clear gap in the rural area and the distant areas, the rural counties and districts. So we developed a platform called STARE, which has allowed us to develop 16 baccalaureates, 4,314 virtual classrooms, 5,000 digital ones. And this has allowed us to reach those areas where at this point in time we have satellite internet or fiber optic. Nevertheless, for the places where we do not have to date, but we do have an aggressive program to take internet everywhere, we created an alliance which has been very effective in between the private sector, the Televisora, Radiovisora, where we have developed classes by Panamanian teachers and professors and approximately 4,000 plus years on the air, hours on the air. So we have been able to close this digital gap with regard to education. Nevertheless, we are lacking a lot still. We've also mobilized the Office of 365 teams. Facing the pandemic, I'll be honest, it didn't exist before with regard to public schools. This has been progress for us, very important. We have an aggressive program for taking internet, whether it's satellite, which we prefer fiber optic, to these remote areas in our country. Those are very important topics with regard to the Panamanian people, but especially for youth. And with regard to the government and the path to reconstruction on an economic scale, how in Panama can you begin establishing priorities to assure that recovery is helpful to Panama in reaching goals of carbon emissions, a green development? That's a good question, and as a Panamanian, I have to say that I'm very proud to respond. Of the 3 nations in the world that are carbon negative, we're one of them. There are only 3 in the world, and Panama is one. So that means that we have been doing our work with action. Obviously, the concept of green economy is, and I define it as the balance between progress and social justice, but also without destroying the environment. And you know Panama well. Our regulatory framework is solid and robust with regard to the environment, and it's obvious. We have to handle productivity and the environment with cattle. I'll focus on the topic, the Panama Canal. If we did not have this regulatory framework that is strong in this area, the national parks, biodiversity, how would we affect our economy? The channel, 6% of world commerce passes through the Panama Canal. You know we have the best connectivity by air and by sea in Latin America and the Caribbean. So Panama, it's key to have a concept of green economy, not just with regard to the canal, infrastructure, transportation, but also from the point of view of making our communities more aware of the importance of this. For example, reforestation of watershed areas. It's very, very important, not only for the canal, but for water for human consumption, for producing food and energy. All of this for Panama is highly important, and I repeat, we're one of the 3 nations in the world with negative carbon footprint, and we're very proud of that.
Felicitaciones.
Well, I commend you. That's quite impressive. That's a real achievement by your administration and for the Panamanian people. I thank you very much for your time today. Your thoughts, words have been very important to us here at the CAF meeting, and on behalf of the Inter-American Dialogue, we thank you very much for being here today. Thank you. And I would like to say that hopefully in the near future you will visit us in Panama again. We appreciate you very much. I've followed your career, and you're very an important figure for Panama, especially at a time like this. Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Ambassador.
As the President of Argentina in December of 2019. I have had the great pleasure of knowing and working with President Alberto Fernandez when he was Chief of Staff to President Nestor Kirchner, and an important partner in the effort between the United States and Argentina to enhance and deepen bilateral relations. He has a long political and public trajectory in Argentina. In August of 2000, he was elected as a legislator for the autonomous city of Buenos Aires. In 2003, as I mentioned, he served as head of the Cabinet of Ministers for President Kirchner. And previously, he served as Director of Summaries and Proceedings and Deputy Director General of Legal Affairs at the Ministry of the Economy during the presidency of Raúl Alfonsín. As Superintendent of Insurance between 1989 and 1995, and as the founder and first Executive Vice President of the BAPRO Group. President Fernandez has a degree from the Law School of the University of Buenos Aires.
Es un gran gusto poder participar.
It's a real pleasure for me to take part in this annual meeting of CAF along with the Inter-American Dialogue at a very opportune moment. Latin America and the Caribbean face a challenge of a new beginning. Either we do things better or worse. Now, there are manifold challenges because in the region, democracy itself is under question in some places. We face a health crisis, a climate crisis, and a foreign debt crisis. We have to understand that there can't be environmental justice without social and financial justice. This is the time for solidarity, and this solidarity begins with our own region. That's how it ought to be. That's why it's auspicious that CAF, as a regional development bank, has proposed to be a green bank going forward, committed to policies that will help climate change to be tackled. Argentina will support CAF for it to meet that goal, to broaden its capital stock, and to be partners, and to take part in these different dialogues in different areas. For example, dialogues with national development banks and with the private sector, with the academic sector, civil society, with extra-regional countries that could also add their potential to leverage the organization's lending potential. Latin America and the Caribbean need a strong CAF, a resilient CAF that seeks a technological change, social cohesion, that is a friend to creative economy. We talked about this some days back. Sergio Diaz-Granado, the executive president, when he was so kind as to visit me in my office in Buenos Aires. CAF is an engine to promote inclusive integration, diversifying exports, seeking to create new value chains that are based that are being affected by the pandemic. I'm certain there is no way forward out of the lack of development in the region if we don't look to each other. We have to strengthen ties, not just thinking about big agreements signed on paper, but to focus on the details, the small print. Because this is a region of friends that have to be friends who trust each other. Between the civil society, academic sector, governments, creative interaction between governments. Governments may be ideologically different, but they can always find areas in which they complement each other. In Argentina, we have a conviction. There is no climate crisis divorced from financial and social crises. It's clear in Latin America, according to ECLAC itself, 60% of regional exports are go to paying the service of the foreign debt. On average, that represents 76% of the GDP. This need to foster tackle climate change, it goes hand in hand with revamping our finances in our countries, working with Colombia, Costa Rica, the United States, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, a high-level dialogue of the Americas in which we proposed the following initiatives to move forward in overhauling the financial architecture such that we can have a new global contract that is inclusive and sustainable. First, to undertake to protect environmental assets, growth or development cannot be measured with the same yardstick of the polluting industrial area. Also, innovative financing has to be sought out, new arrangements for this transition to gel, to overcome protectionism, and to close that would only broaden gaps. We have to strengthen the environmental multilateralism. It's absolutely necessary for regional organizations of development commit at least 50% of their lending portfolio to environmental actions. We need to identify clean technologies as global public goods with technological transfer agreements. Debt swaps, environmental protection should also be means of integration, and the concept of environmental debt and the environmental creditors in developed countries, they are key for us to come out of the current crisis. It's also urgent for us to overhaul the IMF's special drawing rights for this to be sustainable and to fight against poverty, that conditions be set that are more flexible for financing within the International Monetary Fund itself. That fund would enable us to finance much of the environmental protection. This would help middle-income countries and to extend or restructure loans, amortizing over a longer period of time. With better health and ecological conditions. Leverage the capitalization of regional development banks, such as CAF, to multiply by 2, 3, 4 the potential to back climate change programs with soft loans. It's necessary that the debt service extensions be extended to middle-income countries that have a high degree of climate and financial vulnerability. This debate needs to be held regarding a new global minimum tax that favors emerging companies and that enable to reverse concentration of resources with protection for the environment. These are the areas that I believe in. I believe that we can go down this path hand in hand with other presidents of the region and all those who today are planning for a better future. It's not a time for fears or resignation. It's a time to go down these tired paths in a different way and to pay attention to what is said. We have to have a productive dialogue. As Pope Francis says, it's a time for us to have our feet firmly on the ground in Latin America and the Caribbean, with our heart in tune to people's yearnings, to hear the people. I greet you from Buenos Aires. A very warm greeting to my fellow presidents and everyone at CAF and everyone listening in. I hope that in the future, in the near future, we can meet in person. Thank you.
Listening to the leaders of the region, it brings me great hope that they are committed to promoting engagement, understanding, and democratic practices, the values that define our open societies. As President Fernandez said, countries in the Americas are facing multiple challenges, including climate change, a health crisis, a debt crisis, and a larger economic crisis. All agree that by working together and remaining committed to social equity and democracy, we can build back better and achieve greater prosperity for all.
Thank you, Ambassador Shannon, for this hopeful ending to the day. Thank you, Presidents Fernandez, Duque, and Cortizo, for your input tonight. And with that, day one of the 25th CAF Conference has concluded. I really think you can agree with me that it's been a great day with a wonderful lineup of speakers and a breadth of topics that will only be surpassed by the program tomorrow. So we really would like to thank our media partners, NTN24 and El País, and we look forward to welcoming you tomorrow. We have great sessions, 3 sessions planned that will address the region's progress towards sustainable development goals, political stability and polarization, and climate change. In the meantime, feel free to continue participating via Twitter using our conference hashtag, Diálogo CAF 2021. We'll see you tomorrow.